It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that I guess for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only O.B. Amponsa. You are welcome, O.B.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Zero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I see. But how convenient is that though? You're able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you?
The consulting.
At hospitals, like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, I thank God for nose mask though. First of all, I thank God for nose mask because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but they are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought. The daughter brought the mom, and then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor. Yeah. And she almost married me to her daughter. Ooh. Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible. Hey, you know, I know TV, so I know not here. That was when I was in the central region. So, say, Pacho brother, how are you? And I said, oh. They've been worried, and then he called the daughter, a very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her.
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked.
You exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next question.
Anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are you
Yes,
talking about
so
money?
in terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laps. My biggest paycheck so far is at the 1,000 laps. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's own. It was good, and my biggest exposure would be. So that's the monetary side, but for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival, with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. It was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
You know, yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome. And so it was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one will be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to Ghanaian stage.
Yeah,
and the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me, which is everywhere, like so. And then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
What's the name of
VI,
the
Victoria Island?
Victoria
Yes. And then I checked into my hotel at Eco, beautiful Eco Suites.
Eco Suites.
Eco Suites or like, is it suite or suite?
Suites. Yeah. Suites.
So I checked into Eco, and the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten? Yeah. Except for the jollof, but the other foods were awesome.
Except for the jollof?
Yeah, the jollof there.
It's Nigeria jollof and
Nkommo. Oh, but Ghana jollof, they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true it's like, it tastes like it was made with palm oil?
It tastes like oblayo. Like the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay. But the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
Yeah, it doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigeria. That's my observation. But they are gushi, they are oporo. Oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well, and the reception on the stage. When I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi Amponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes. Yeah. Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians. Yeah. They are footballers. Yeah. So I linked them, and then there are some things that are general. Yeah, their way of life. Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana. It's done in Nigeria. Yeah. Football, work, and it was awesome. It was with
their pronunciations.
That's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us. Like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Yeah. Doctor.
But that's theirs. Yeah, that's and we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right? Yeah. You see. So recently, with you being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member?
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but...
multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where but I am not sure you say oh yes, we will be doing it, and then before you realize you divert, So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy?
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kasua.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training voices.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You clear your throat. You wanted the shortest one.
They do something, you know?
Yeah. Usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like, as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can you try it?
Yeah.
So you have to wait for me to finish. Now today. You get me? Exactly. So, yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first like big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews. At the my second time on 1,000 Laughs. I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016, August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again?
Oh no, those days, like 2016, when I was coming out. Hot. Yeah, so I've blown twice. So I blew in 2016. And then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before. And as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that. So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that I cannot come for the show. Looking at the state I was in, he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show, and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, so what happened the previous night? And I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage?
The performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, like with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh, so, sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this
Please,
one?
excuse. Yes.
Please cut this
No, they took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened at
where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the bottoms of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm you down? Tell us, take us through.
God created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
if you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or you want the experience? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady? And then I went for fair, and they gave me the lady who they gave me, they called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came.
Ooh.
Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said yes. He said 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe
You hold her breast.
yeah, hold her breast.
Hey God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke. Okay. We are living in a sensitive world right now, and the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke, because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else, and a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome, the very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your view?
Yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? Mm-hmm. And they took away the toll booths, mm-hmm. and the traffic intensified.
Ooh.
And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, because there are vendors there.
I know.
Hey, boss.
Yeah,
driver man, like what's happening?
You know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing with it. Like I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in, like, what came in his mind? Like, I've thought of it. Like, he saw it and like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey.
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly.
So would you make that sacrifice and stay, or you would maintain a side
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is it Rabna young and when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
Because what?
no, can we continue?
Do you have anything?
Oh, no.
Talk. Like, let the people
No,
know.
like I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer though. But it's fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful.
Yes.
And not even explore others.
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You
What?
masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Like
Yeah.
I've never. Well,
No, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
with what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about? When you
hello. The masturbation, you know that I know that you know I'm talking about.
say? So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay, some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy. Some
So
use,
do you soapy, do you
some use
creamy,
okro.
do you okroy, whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, it's for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, it's something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there, or if you've ever done it before, if you know. So
Hey, this pastor dear.
that's a question.
This pastor that is hey,
That's
this
a question that
pastor.
I would like to
Oh,
deflect.
don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me. So I
No.
mean, yeah, I might as well sit on the
Pastor,
fence.
this pastor. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like almost out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm
so-
part of the two.
Huh?
For you know, you never know.
Let's move. Your relationship with Lexi the comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend.
It's a very.
How
very
do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian, and so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his, and we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, you know, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time you're like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new.
Yeah.
It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we'd have, we would go nationwide so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra.
Yeah.
And so we go Techiman,
We get
Brekum, you know,
experiences,
Volta region.
yeah.
Yeah, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need the too many lighting and the good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out, so that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5-minute material that you know works very well, you'd have to eat off it. You know, be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah, blah, blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore. And then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring. And so we don't usually let out our videos because of that. And that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine. But to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugene still singing Angela, you know, because it's good music. Yeah. And music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it. Yeah.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy. Comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, you know, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August, myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, Popular but Broke, and we sold out to the National.
I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra and kakra. You know, let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked. And then he said, yo, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big. And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year. Aww. You can imagine, you know, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's growth. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums, and the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace, it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen. Amen.
Receive it.
Would you like to MC the event when it's
when you call on me?
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello, everybody that's watched this. My name is A.B.C. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm A.B.C. on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plus FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you. And stay safe.
Yes, that was Obi and Ponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course, I have delivered. So, Obi and Ponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so far all too soon we have come
all the best with your new boyfriend.
All the
far too soon.
All too soon we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.
Honored to host the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. The Honorable Minister is here with a very powerful delegation to give us updates on programs and projects from her sector. And I can see a full house today. And I'm not surprised anyways, because I know you are expecting to hear a lot from the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, Minister, for making time to join us today. But before I yield the podium to the Honorable Minister, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this afternoon. We have with us directors from Ministry of Communications. If you are here, you are duly acknowledged. We also have the Administrator of GIFEC, Mr. Prince Ofosu Sefa. A round of applause for Mr. Sefa. We have the Director General, Ghana Meteo Agency, Mr. Eric Asuman. We have the Executive Secretary of Postal and Courier Services, Ms. Hamdaratu Zakaria. We have the Acting Chief Director at the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, Mr. Alexander Yao Afo. And as I mentioned earlier, we have my mentor, the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digitalization, who also represents the good people of Ablekuma West. Welcome, Honorable Minister. So I will invite the Honorable Minister for her substantive presentation, and we will come to the media for your questions. And when that time comes, please keep it brief. You mention your name, your media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, heads of departments and agencies of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, directors and staff of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for coming in a little late. I had to attend the Thanksgiving service for the 30th anniversary of the NPP, so I hope you pardon me. We're here to brief the public through you on some activities of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. technology has been driving innovation and productivity, giving countries that embrace it a competitive advantage over others. Most developing countries continue to lag behind because of their inability to take advantage of the opportunities technology provides to restructure and grow their economies. The fourth industrial revolution, which is a technological revolution driven largely by digital technology, presents us with an opportunity to expedite our economic growth and development through the usage, deployment, and exploitation of ICTs, especially digital technology, to transform our economies and share in the associated productivity and efficiency gains. At the core of this fourth industrial revolution is connectivity, access, and security. The government, through the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, has therefore focused on improving connectivity, access, and skills development in a secured environment. That is the digital Ghana that we are developing. My presentation will focus on the Rural Telephony Project, Girls in ICT, and an update on the SIM registration exercise, which ends today. So let me start with the Rural Telephony Project. That's the brief I was giving, so I stick to it. I'm a very diligent student. Expanding access to broadband, voice and data connectivity is indispensable to and facilitates economic growth. The GSMA, an industry organization representing mobile operators globally, conducted a study for the period from 2000 to 2017, and the results indicated that a 10% increase in mobile penetration increases GDP growth by up to 2%. Quote, investing in broad-based digitalization from a geographic and sectoral point of view is crucial, not only to address socioeconomic problems, but also to deal with peace and security challenges, and it boosts economic growth. A study by the ITU found that 10% greater mobile broadband penetration would generate a 2.5% rise in Africa's GDP per capita, unquote. And this is from Christina Duarte, a special advisor on Africa to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in an IMF publication dated March 2021. Africa Goes Digital After COVID-19. Another recent study in 2021, the economic impact of broadband and digitalization through the COVID-19 period, econometric modeling, also estimated that an increase of 1% in mobile broadband penetration yields an increase in 0.16% in GDP. Over 3,000 communities in Ghana had zero connectivity to mobile voice and data in 2020. It stands to reason that focusing on increasing mobile broadband penetration is in our interest in a bid to grow our own economies. And so, faced with this stark reality, which represented approximately 4.5 to 5 million people spread across the country with a need and desire for voice and high-speed data services who were cut off from the rest of the country, it was an imperative that we provide connectivity to that segment of our population. Mobile network operators are reluctant to build cell sites in these rural communities, as the low economic activity and sparse population there makes it economically unviable. Extending connectivity is capital intensive and it is expensive, and without government intervention, these rural communities will remain cut off and unable to participate in the digital revolution which is gradually unfolding in our country. One lesson COVID-19 has taught us is the absolute necessity of digital connectivity to facilitate education, access to healthcare, economic activity, and commerce, access to and utilization of public services, etc. The Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project is therefore constructing 2,016 cell sites, half of which are solar-powered, in unserved and underserved rural communities across the country, deploying low-cost base stations using the Huawei Rural Star innovative solution. The project is being implemented in partnership with Huawei and Ghana National Technical Import and Export Corporation, CNTCI, with a 155 million euro facility secured by the government of Ghana from the China Exim Bank. The Ghana Investment Fund for GIFEC, the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, is the implementing agency for the government of Ghana. The Huawei Rural Star solution was developed in Ghana and reduces the total cost of ownership by 60% compared with traditional connectivity solutions. It will enhance network coverage via a low-cost 2G, 3G services and will be upgraded to 4G data and voice that can be scaled up on demand as the communities develop. The rollout of Phase 1 is ongoing, and it is planned to be completed by 2023, with all 2,016 sites commissioned and integrated with the mobile network operators. Overall voice and data traffic reported as at June 2022 was 38,629,463 voice minutes and 62,014 gigabytes of data traffic with 507,000 subscribers. With the current deployment plan and integration with network operators to complete all 2,016 sites, we will achieve significant increase in traffic, voice and data, and meet our goal for universal access and connectivity to rural areas. This network will reach 3.4 million subscribers. It will allow the government of Ghana to increase its overall revenue, reduce the digital divide, increase financial inclusion, and overall socio-economic improvement, creating a positive impact on our GDP. It is a shared infrastructure for all network operators to provide service on and to improve connectivity and enhance user experience. We have also mandated national roaming, which allows phones to automatically connect to the mobile network with the best quality of service available in any area, regardless of which operator one is primarily subscribed to. This rural telephony network has been dubbed Ruralcom. I urge you to try it out when next you are in the catchment area of any of its sites by activating roaming on your device, and kindly send us the requisite feedback, which will enable us to improve upon our service. Since the inception of the project in November 2020, when His Excellency the President launched it at Atrebuana in the new Edubiase constituency, 890 sites have been built with 403 on air, delivering voice and data services as of July 2022. We're currently working on the documentation for Phase 2 of the project, which will cover the remaining 1.1 million subscribers and upgrade the network to 4G for all subscribers. Girls in ICT. This year marks 10 years since the Girls in ICT project was launched by the ITU and celebrated annually in Ghana. By the end of 2021, approximately 5,000 girls had been given basic computer literacy and exposed to digital innovations to encourage their interest in ICT education. Government continues to work to bridge the gender digital divide by encouraging and empowering girls and young women to consider studies and careers in the growing field of ICTs, enabling both girls and technology companies, and I dare say the country as a whole, to reap the benefits of greater female participation in the ICT sector through the Girls in ICT program. In 2021, 2,000 girls from the Western, North, and Northeast regions were trained in basic computer skills, fundamentals of programming, Scratch and HTML. In order to continue encouraging girls to pursue careers in the evolving, lucrative ICT industry, and in recognition of the fact that many more girls in deprived communities need to be exposed to the program, we have scaled up the program this year and plan to double the number trained in the previous 9 years in 1 year by training 5,000 girls and 500 teachers from Bono East, Ahafo, Savannah, and the northern region. By the end of May 2022, 3,000 girls and 300 teachers from the 29 districts of the two Bono and the Ahafo regions were trained in basic computer skills, fundamentals of programming, Scratch, HTML, and cybersecurity under the theme Access and Safety. The ministry has started preparations to train 2,000 girls and 200 teachers from the northern and Savannah regions in September and October this year, respectively, to complete the target for the year. To ensure continuity of the benefits of the program, 51 cyber laboratories have been set up for top-performing schools since 2017. For the 2020 and 2021 and 2022 editions of the program, 100 ICT laboratories are being set up for the top-performing schools. A mentorship program has also been included to facilitate the interaction of women in the ICT profession and academia with these young girls, to inspire them, encourage them, and educate them with their personal life stories and experiences. Furthermore, a total of 1,000 laptops have been awarded to girls and teachers since 2017. The ministry is hoping to give out 550 laptops along with protective bags to the best performing students and teachers by the end of this year alone. The program, which has been running for 10 years now, had not been evaluated to ensure that it is reaping the intended benefits and achieving its set objectives. In partnership with the GIZ, a German Development Cooperation Organization, the ministry conducted an evaluation of the Girls in ICT program in 2021. Some strengths and weaknesses have been identified, and this information will be used to improve the program. 15,000 plus girls in second cycle girls' schools have also been trained in cybersecurity and cyber hygiene in selected schools in the Eastern, Central, and Ashanti region. An equal number will be trained this August in the Bono East, Ahafo, Northern, and Savannah regions. I would like to thank our partners and sponsors in the Girls in ICT program, the NCA, the National Communications Authority, GIFEC, Kofi Annan IT Center of Excellence, MTN, GIZ, the American Towers Corporation, the Cybersecurity Authority, Huawei, and our mentors for their enormous support over the years to make this program a success. I would also appeal to other corporate organizations to help support this very important program, which is impacting lives across the country and reducing the gender digital divide. It is extremely expensive, and even the 5,000 this year is a drop in the bucket and will require additional resources to enable us scale it up. So if anybody is touched by the spirit, any company is also encouraged by the small strides that we have made, I'll encourage them to get in touch with my Deputy Minister Amapoma Boateng, who's joined us, who is directly in charge of implementing this program. I also thank the team from the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization who've worked tirelessly to enable this program become the success that it has come. We'll be remiss if we don't thank the various media houses in the districts and regions where the program has been held so far for their support and the platform they've given us to project this Girls in ICT program. Thank you. Now SIM card registration. Is that what you've been waiting for? No. Government, in a bid to develop and build a SIM database with integrity, which will assist in curbing fraudulent activities, secure SIM card-based transactions, and aid the determination of the accurate number of valid SIM cards on the various telecommunications networks at any point in time, commenced a SIM card registration exercise on 1st October 2021. The 6-month exercise, which was expected to end on 31st March 2022, was extended by another 4 months to 31st July 2022 today. The extension was granted to enable over 7.5 million Ghanaians and residents who had not obtained Ghana cards at the time to register their SIMs. As indicated in our press release of 21st March 2022, it was also to give us the opportunity to provide modalities for the registration of diplomats and complete the processes for rolling out a self-service SIM registration app to facilitate the registration of SIM cards for both residents and Ghanaians living outside the country. The current SIM registration statistics indicate that as at 28 July 2022, the total number of voice SIMs stood at 41,979,398. Out of this number, 15,395,607 have linked their Ghana cards to their SIM cards. The total number of voice SIM card registrations for existing subscribers are presented below. And I'll go through it. As at 28th July. Hang on. I have to go back. As of 28th July, the total voice SIMs were 42,121,921. That's the information provided me by the NCA. Stage 1 registrations as at that date, 28th July, were 25,260,661, representing 60% of total registrations. Stage 1 of unregistered SIMs were 16,861,260, representing 40%. Stage 2, i.e. those who had fully completed the registration process, were 16,059,350, representing 38%. Unregistered SIMs were 26,062,571, representing 62%. The challenges that have bedeviled these exercises include: 1, the self-service SIM registration app will be ready for commercial launch on Tuesday, 2nd August, as the virtual private network connectivity and API integration with all MNOs was only completed this weekend due to unavoidable circumstances. Adequate time will also be required for the publicity and public education on the use of the self-service SIM registration app, which will enable you to register yourself in the privacy of your own homes without having to queue or go to any network operator. Delays in the issuance of the Ghana card was the largest single challenge bedeviling this exercise. And my information is that the NIA has not been able to issue all eligible persons with a Ghana card, and that as of Thursday, July 21st, 2022, 16,969,034 individuals have registered for the Ghana card, with about 16,535,623 cards printed. 15,702,719 cards have been issued and distributed, whereas some 832,904 cards have not been distributed or collected by those who applied for them. Broadband wireless access registrations also commenced barely a week ago, and they have only been able to register just about 2% of their subscribers as at Friday, 29th July. Many data-only SIMs have also not been registered, and my information is that their owners were not aware that those SIMs also needed to be registered. Those are the SIMs in your MiFis and other devices, not your phones and iPads and those other, but those data-only SIMs. I believe some of them are even in our electricity meters, if my information is right. So, where do we go from here? The security situation in Bawku and its environs has also made it difficult for the registration of residents and has slowed down the process in that area considerably. Next steps. The SIM registration app will be available for download on both Android and iOS this week, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Each registration via the app will be subject to a 5 cedi surcharge. You will pay 5 cedis to register yourself on the SIM registration app. Non-resident Ghanaians who do not have the Ghana card can use their passports to complete the process via the app, but will be required to update their details with the Ghana card once they acquire it. They have up till December 2022 to do so. I urge them to comply with these directives and to contact the NCA if they have any peculiar challenges. Ghanaians on official assignment outside the country or students on scholarships who cannot acquire the Ghana card by December should also contact the NCA. Special provision has already been made for members of the diplomatic corps in consultation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and they have been notified. It's also come to my knowledge that amputees and others who have some physical challenge are also a category of persons who are having some difficulties registering their SIMs. We will have discussions with the NIA on how to resolve these challenges. All visitors to Ghana can now acquire SIMs with their passports, and I encourage the airport authority to work with the network operators to provide adequate venues for the acquisition of SIMs at the airport. As indicated earlier, these will be valid for 3 months, and if they want to use them for a longer period, they must acquire the non-citizen ID card to validate their SIMs. Network operators must provision their systems to send notifications to this category of SIM card users. Now to the vexed question of the deadline. The statistics indicate that there was a 90% drop in SIM registrations as soon as the first deadline was extended on 21st March. Until a week ago, there were no queues at any registration center. People started rushing to register when they realized that the deadline was imminent after going to sleep when it was extended. About 50% of those who have completed the first stage of the process have not concluded the second stage. They have linked their SIMs to the Ghana card, and so that cannot be attributed to Ghana card challenges. I've also been informed that some people who have obtained quick loans from their service providers have decided not to register their SIMs to avoid repaying those loans. That is evil corruption, and you will be found out. The MNOs, network operators, and the NCA, and I dare say the NIA too, have all engaged additional staff, procured the necessary logistics, and are incurring significant expenses to conduct this exercise successfully. Any extension of the process increases their costs. Upon consultation with the industry, and in view of the challenges enumerated above, I have very reluctantly decided to grant a final conditional extension. The program will, and I'm choosing my words carefully, the program will be extended to 30th September to end on the anniversary of its commencement. That will give us 1 full year of SIM registration. It will be reviewed at the end of this month, and any SIM that has not been fully registered by the end of August will be barred from receiving certain services, including voice and data services. It will also be more expensive to use unregistered SIMs. The full range of punitive measures will be announced at another press briefing in September. Kindly do not blame your service provider when you suffer that fate due to your own inaction. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. I must end by reminding us all that the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization is not the supervisory ministry for the National Identification Authority, even though we collaborate and work very closely with them. My hapless self has been roundly vilified in certain quarters, particularly this past week, for Ghana card challenges which I am not responsible for. Professor Kenatefa and his sector minister, Honorable Ambrose Derry, Minister for the Interior, are available to answer any Ghana card-related issue, please. I am staying firmly in my lane, Midimi lane. Actions also have consequences, and in all that we do, we must put the interest of our beloved country first. In 2018, the NDC vociferously opposed the Ghana card registration and called on all their supporters to boycott the registration process. Those who heeded that antisocial call and refused to register are now feeling the effects of it. You listen to the NDC on any issue at your own peril. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. I would like to acknowledge the various media houses that are picking us live. You can watch this press briefing live on GTV, TV3, and Joy News. If you're on social media, you can also go to the Ministry of Information Facebook handle and watch this press briefing live. I also noticed that some dignitaries joined us in course of the program, and I'll use this opportunity to acknowledge the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, who also doubles as the MP for Jabin constituency, Honorable Ama Poma Boateng. We also have the Director General of the National Communications Authority, NCA, Mr. Joe Anoche. Also with us this afternoon is Ms. Lexi Boateng, who is the team lead for Ghana Cares. Friends from the media, on that note, I'll come to you for your questions. This is the best time to ask. We will take 2 sets of questions. If you have a question, please be brief and go straight to the point so that we can take more questions. So they will bring the microphone to you when we see your hand up. You mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question. So please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask. Yeah, Mr. Lanza. Okay, I'll take Paul. Okay, so we'll take 1, 2. Only 2 hands in the room, please. If you have any question, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Now, my question to the minister is, considering the efforts of government to build an effective telecommunication network in the country, it is deemed as a good move. But here is the case. Some areas in the country, like rural areas, still suffer the challenge. They have network issues. Should it be that the last amnesty granted to them is ended, what will be their fate? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We will take Mr. Lancer's question. And then Nana.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Musa Lansa with GH1 TV. The Honorable Minister mentioned Boko and the challenges they had relating to the SIM re-registration. What specific plan do they have to make sure that the people in Boko, after all the challenges, are able to register before the September deadline she's given? And secondly, though she absolves her ministry for the blame in terms of the Ghana card acquisition or application, what is the level of collaboration between the Communications Ministry and then the Interior Ministry, especially the NIA, in terms of ensuring that people get their Ghana cards? In the last 2 weeks, the man in charge of NIA has been speaking so much about the fact that they are being pressured to provide the Ghana cards to Ghanaians when they don't have a specific timeline in terms of delivering on the process of giving Ghanaians Ghana cards. They have material shortages and so on. So I want to know what's the level of collaboration between the two so that we don't have the back and forth that the Ministry of Communication and the NIA have now.
So we'll take Nana's question.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Minister. The NDC is suggesting that if you do go ahead with the time limit given, they are going to take you to court. Do you see it as a political gimmick, or is just they are being disingenuous? And my second question, I think there was an attempt by the government to give one child one laptop or whatever it is, or tablet. How far have you gone on that program? Thank you.
Nana, please, is it under the Ministry for Communication? Because, mind you, we are talking about the rural telephony, girls in ICT, and also SIM re-registration. So maybe your question may be related to another ministry.
Oh, okay. But I think it was a program like that. I don't know whether it's the Ministry of Education or this ministry, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I take that to be the last question. Okay. If we don't see any hands, then I will invite the Honorable Minister.
The first question was, if I got it right, that some network issues in some rural communities are making it difficult for them to register their SIMs. Was that it? Okay. As I indicated, we're working to ensure that the SIM registration app is operational this week so that you can sit, and that will answer the Boko issue as well. You can sit in the privacy of your own home, download the app, and register yourself. That, I think, will even create business opportunities for people who will download the app and register for other people as well. And I think that's also possible. So that would go a long way towards addressing some of the issues in Boko and its environs. And for the areas where connectivity is difficult as well, I believe that that would also help address that issue. But as I indicated in my presentation, before we came to power, about 4.5 million Ghanaians didn't have access to the internet or didn't have connectivity. We're working to reduce that number by 3.4 by the end of next year. And the remaining 1.1 would also be catered for in phase 2 of the rural telephony project. I believe that you can even register, and when you get to an area where there's connectivity, the downloads and the connections will be done. So all those have been factored in, and they would also be catered for in due course. I have the level of collaboration between the Ministry and Interior is very high. I actually spoke to the Minister for the Interior just before coming here to ask him if the 2 months would be enough for them to clear their backlog, and he said yes. So please, if you have any other Ghana card related issues, you know where to direct your fire, not ESLA. I'm not responsible for that. We talk, but the questions that they're the only ones who can answer for you. I won't be in a position to answer it for you. As for the NDC, I've told you, you listen to them on any issue at your own peril. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have any questions, okay. You have a question now? Okay. Follow-up question? Okay, you can ask that and then we'll take. Yes, please, this will be the last round. So if you have any question and you don't ask now, we won't come back.
My question was about the network connectivity, because in some instances, some of the people in the rural areas go to a certain place, they don't even have network at all. I'm not talking about getting an app or not. Even if there is network, somebody can easily go there to register them. But here is the case, there's no network. I want to find out what will be their fate when the person has no network.
You said they don't have network to even download the self-service app.
Yes, please.
Okay, okay. Well noted. So,
Saboba in the northern region.
Saboba.
In the northern region.
Okay. So we will take the second question.
The minority, they have been insisting that at least we should allow people with other modes of identification, such as passports and then driver's license, to be allowed to go through the process. I want to know if this is something the Ministry of Communication wants to consider.
Thank you for the question. I take that to be, okay, you have a follow-up. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for the question. I take that to be the last question. Okay. Please, if you have a question, raise your hand because we may not come back.
Follow up to my question. Madam Minister, they said that if you went ahead, they would take you to court. So what you are reacting to, I'm not saying that we shouldn't listen to them, but they're saying that if you go ahead, they will take you to court because they think that a lot more Ghanaians are going to suffer for that decision. So what is your reaction to their statement?
Thank you for the question. So we'll call the Honorable Minister for her response.
We cannot listen to them.
Let me answer the last one first. If I go ahead with what? I don't understand that. If the deadline, which one? Master, I've told you, don't listen to them. You. They did the same thing with health insurance. What happened to it? They said people shouldn't register for health insurance. If you listen to them, how would that have benefited you? Did the same thing for Ghana card. I can give you a whole list of advice or admonitions that they gave Ghanaians, which have ended up harming us more than helping us. So please, let me reiterate it. If you listen to the NDC on any issue at your own peril. What was the first question on ICT education? The CICs. No, the question you came back with another question on the network connectivity and registration in those areas. But if there's no network, how can you use your phone? You will use it in an area where there is connectivity. So I'll urge them to register where they use their phones. Because if there's no network, you cannot use any mobile device at all. So when you get to an area where there's connectivity that you want to use your phone, download the app or go to any center. If you don't have a smartphone, find someone with a smartphone to register your device for you on your behalf. Other IDs to be used for the registration exercise. It is not my doing. The law makes it impossible for me to use other IDs in Ghana. But we will continue dialoguing on this matter. As I indicated in my presentation, for those outside the country, they will be allowed to use their passports to register on the SIM registration app and then link up with their Ghana card when they acquire the Ghana cards on their return to the country. There are other categories of people like those on official assignments outside, diplomats outside and all of that. They would also be allowed to use their passports to register on the SIM registration app. How many people? There are more people who have Ghana cards than those who have passports. And it's almost invariable that if you have a passport, you would have a Ghana card. With the extension, I would urge everyone to acquire it, because it's not just for the SIM registration that you need the Ghana card. It's for multiple purposes, and very soon there'll be very little you can do in this country if you do not have your national ID card. So it's in your own interest to ensure that you acquire it. The banks have already started. Very soon, you'll be registered at birth when you have your child. The child can be put on your own Ghana card to enable them utilize a unique identification number throughout their life. For those of you who've traveled to other parts of the country, of the world, in the UK, you have your national insurance number, which is used for almost every public service engagement that you need to have. We're moving towards a similar scenario. So let's not just think about the Ghana card acquisition in terms of SIM card registration. Before long, you will need it for almost everything you need to do in this country, including internal and international travels. The CICs, the community ICT centers, when built, were given to the district assemblies to manage. We have been informed that some of it has been mismanaged and abused. And so GIFIC has been directed to take over the management of all these CICs. It's interesting to know that in some parts of the country, they are using it as refreshment centers. Well, we are going to put them to the use to which it was intended. So let me use this medium to also notify the public sector agencies which are occupying some of these regional innovation centers and CICs without reference to the Ministry of Communications to start packing. We will sack them, because those we're going to use those regional innovation centers as mini technology hubs. akin to the Accra Digital Center across the country. So we need vacant possession of all those centers so that we can renovate it and equip it and utilize it for the purpose for which it was intended. The CICs are being used for very, very useful purposes across the country to educate and train people in all corners of this country in basic ICT skills, and to enable them. They can even be used to download the SIM registration app for registration. So just go to a post office or a CIC near you and utilize their network there to ensure that you also get registered. We are very determined to scale up the acquisition of digital skills and ICT knowledge for all our young people, regardless of where they are in this country. We have a very useful program with GIZ and ITU and NORAD, which we call the Digital Transformation Centers Project, which is utilizing these CICs to provide training, not just for our school-going children, but people living in those catchment areas, and it's proving very useful to them. So we intend to utilize all these CICs fully and equip them for that purpose. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time to join us today. You heard the Honorable Minister. Today we have a full house, especially on a Sunday. That means a lot. It means most of you really want to hear what she had to say. You raised concerns. She listened to those concerns and has offered a final conditional extension on the SIM registration exercise. This is not the time to sleep. If you sleep on your right, you don't go and register. If you had plans to go and register tomorrow, but because of this extension, you want to wait till 30th September, we will be here at the same spot. I'm pleading with you, go and register your SIM cards. Minuano Mesremo, Honorable Minister Bejinaha, and some Amukan Yenina Wate, or say registration, no. Or sa de bosumi enu eda yenimu e ka ho ama obi biara bibia ye osi akwanti a wantima register o sim no by 30th September de no akọ register enye brewe na o se me de ko seketa akoda o china na nka me ko register nso me nya ankoye because of extension o yesa nyame adoma bosumi enu se ne ye besa abegina ha amwa sa ati nisuo enti mesremo obia nko register ne SIM card no Friends from the media, I would also use this opportunity to plead with you to spread the word on the Girls in ICT program. It's a very big program. For this year alone, if the ministry through its agencies are training over 5,000 girls and 500 teachers, last year more than 2,000 girls, and doing so much, over 15,000 in cybersecurity. When the minister was mentioning the figures, I was like, how did we miss all this information? We are waiting for our Mark Zuckerbergs, and this is how they will be created. So please spread the word and help us amplify some of these bright spots and encourage people to enroll on these programs. On that note, we are at the end of today's program, and I want to thank all of you for making time to join us, and for all our friends who are watching from home and all the media houses who took time to cover this live. GTV, TV3, Joy News, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Home-based TV as well, thank you so much for the live coverage. Good afternoon.
That I'm going to have twins. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. We are back again. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here at Tafi Atome in the Volta region, and I'm here to see the monkeys. All of us. Ready? For tour here, it costs 20 Ghana cedis for Ghanaians and 50 Ghana cedis for non-Ghanaians. And you also have to buy bananas, which costs us 5 cedis. We were told we need to tip the tour guide. So I'm super excited. He's going to get the banana because they're out of banana now. And yeah, so if you have your own bananas, bring them. If not, then you have to buy a banana from here, which is going to cost 5 cedis for all of us. So yeah.
Once again, welcome to Tafi at the Monkey Sanctuary. And these particular monkeys are called Mona species or Mona monkeys. Yes, the reason being called Mona monkey is that when you take a critical look at their back, you can see 2 white dots at their back. That makes them different and unique from the other monkeys. And also they are into families, and we have 8 different families. And each family has its own territory and leader. So sometimes when bananas are brought before the entire family, the leader, which is called Grandpa, he needs to eat and get full
before the children.
All right. So aside this banana, they feed on pawpaw, mangoes, berries, and sometimes nutritious leaves in the jungle. Moreover, they don't bite, they don't scratch. Yes, so their relationship is limited to holding food. If you don't have food, no friendship.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is friendship by food. This is not fair.
Right. So today we had a lot of tourists, so they are full.
Most of them are full.
Yeah, most of them are full.
And we are late too.
We came late, so but I will make my possible best so that you can get them.
The big ones.
Yeah, the big ones.
Okay. So far, look at the little babies, the young ones. How old do you think they are?
Yeah, normally their lifespan is 36 to 40 years. That is their lifespan. But this one is 7 years old now.
How do you know? How do you know the age?
The face. The face, yeah, and the breast. So that one is older than this one. That one is 8 years older.
Oh, yes. Because he has a longer breast.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the leader making that sound. Have you heard the sound?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the leader.
Oh, okay.
Because he has been fed, so now he will allow the little ones to feed. So as I said it earlier on, that they don't bite, they don't scratch. So the only thing that you need to do is, please, you have to hold the middle of the banana tight in your palm like this, and they will climb you. Have you seen?
Yeah.
Yeah. The moment they climb you, please, you keep holding the banana tight. Otherwise, they will take the banana and walk away from you.
Okay.
Yes. That's the only strategy that we have for them.
Okay.
If you want to feed them, yes.
Okay. Take pictures. Give me banana.
Please make sure you hold it tight. Tight. Good.
This is exciting. He's eating. Pictures.
Okay. So the moment.
The moment he's done with you, he got.
Yeah. So look, as soon as he finished eating, he just left me. Like, that's cheating. He cheated on me. All right, another banana, please.
Yeah, yes.
Oh.
No, don't shoot them.
Okay.
Oh, there is a secret behind. 2 monkeys on you at the same time. There is a secret behind you.
Really?
Yeah.
He's enjoying. Did they eat the skin?
No, please.
They've left it.
So this is just a family.
Okay.
This is just one family, and I said earlier on that we have 8 different families.
Okay.
Yeah,
Over the banana?
Yes. So we are entering into a different territory. I mean, different family.
So what we first saw is a first family. I hope they are bigger than these ones, though.
No, these are their sizes.
These are their sizes, all of them.
Yeah, in the family, the biggest one is the leader.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the leader. So these are their sizes. They don't grow bigger and bigger. They don't grow like baboons and chimpanzees.
Yeah, I think monkeys are supposed to be small.
So if I want to buy these monkeys, would you like sell them to me?
No, please. Please, these monkeys living here, they are not ordinary monkeys. There is a spirit that is controlling them. You know, we Tafis, our gods are the monkeys, so they are the messenger to our deities.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they are the messengers to the deities. So normally when something strange wants to happen, the monkeys will bring the message from the deities to the community. We have a fetish priest in the community. Whenever the monkey make a noise, the fetish priest interprets to the people in the community.
Wow.
Yeah, so they are not ordinary monkeys living here.
Oh, okay.
So they can't be sold like pets.
Oh, I see.
Right.
You learn things
So that's
every
why
day.
they don't live here.
Yeah.
They don't run out.
Yeah, they are always here. This is their area.
This is their habitat. Is this forest?
Yeah, that's 337 square acres.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's been surrounded by the people in the village.
Oh,
so
okay.
when you set a draw, you can see that the community live at the center of the forest. So it's been surrounded by the people in the village.
Wow.
Yes. They normally come to the various communities, mostly when they are thirsty.
They're thirsty.
Yeah, they do come and take water and go back. They don't disturb the people in the community, and we don't disturb them because they are friendly to us. We are also friendly to them. Yes.
I mean, that's how we are also here exploring. If they were not friendly, I guess they could easily attack us.
And also, they don't eat salty food or food that is prepared by the people in the community. Yes, please. Unlike other monkeys that sometimes they go to the various community and go and pick food and eat. These particular ones are not like that. These particular ones are not like that.
I think they are disciplined monkeys, you know.
They are bougie monkeys.
Bougie! So I'm wondering, how did this tree fall? Because it fell from the roots.
You know, as I said earlier, that these monkeys, they are not ordinary monkeys. So they are, messenger to the gods, to the deities. So, you know, because they are not this thing. They are not ordinary monkeys. There is rites or performance that they normally do each year in February. Because Christianity became popular, so they refused to perform the rites again. So the gods or the deities were angry, so they are trying to destroy the forest. That's why they brought, like, it was a heavy storm, and it caused a lot of tree that has fallen down.
Oh wow! And guys, I noticed something. Not only this tree, but there's another tree which is in the same line of this tree that has uprooted by itself. Wow. Yes, wonderful. And this is like very powerful and strong.
Yeah, it was very powerful.
Wow. When did this happen?
That was 4 months ago.
4 months ago. That's recent.
That's very recent. Recent, yeah.
Guys, let me show you the roots. We just passed there earlier. This is it. Look. You could clearly see that nobody had cut it. It's uprooted by itself. And you can tell that the hole here is not that deep. So it means it's uprooted like, wow, not so big, but a whole tree uprooting by itself. Wow, interesting. This is really interesting.
So this place is called Tafi Atome, and we Tafis, we are not typical Evers. We are Guans, so we migrated all the way from Asimfo, that central region. You know, that was over 600 years ago. My forefathers were living there. So when they were living there, there was nothing like Christianity by then. So the monkeys were also living with them peacefully. And one day, message came from the gods to them that they should migrate because the land on which they are is no more fertile. So they should migrate. And they also decided to migrate, so they packed everything, including the monkeys, and they started a journey. So they worked for several years, and when they got here, they realized that the land was so fertile, so they can settle. So that's how come the monkeys were here. So they settled here and put these monkeys into this forest. So this how come the monkeys were here.
Wow, they were able to travel with the monkeys.
Yeah, so they walk all the way. Those days too, there was nothing like car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have to walk. It takes them several years to get here. Yes. So that's how come the monkeys.
Wow, this is another tree that got uprooted recently. Okay, this is not a big tree. See that people have signed, people have left their signatures here. I can see people have left their signatures here. I can see Raskobi. Wow. Since a lot of tourists have registered their name, I'm coming to register my name here. The next time you come here, look for this tree, you see my name, Stella Shanelly. It requires a lot of strength. If it dies, will it come?
Yeah, what? You mean?
Like, right now, it's not so visible.
Yeah, so when it dries, it becomes bold.
Bold?
Yeah.
Okay, Stella Shanelly, you won't be able to see it, but when it dries, it becomes bold. You are next.
Yeah. Where this is the place that the monkeys take their water from. So the stream is called Dedi. Dedi means small stream in our dialect. Yeah, because we are in rainy season, so as you can see, it's flowing. But whenever it's in during
the dry season,
it dries up. It's then the monkeys come to the various communities to take water.
Okay.
Yes.
Where is the source? Where is it coming from?
Amejope. The source is from Amejope, yes.
Okay. At least I know Amejope. Cheers to me.
I also know Amejope.
Yeah.
Cheers to us.
Yeah, mostly this stream contains crab, fish, mudfish, mudfish and snakes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When two monkeys been or you, there is a secret behind that.
What's the secret?
There is probability that you might get birth twins.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
I want triplets.
This is not the first time somebody is saying this to me, and so I take that in good faith because two monkeys ate from the same they fed on the same banana. So this is interesting. It's a prophecy that I'm going to have twins.
So how about my case?
So I think we came in late. It's currently around 4 or 5 there, and tourists have been coming here since morning, feeding all the monkeys. So we are super late on this, but then I mean we got to feed them earlier on and exploring the forest. So I'm super excited. So let's go back. Let's feed more monkeys before heading back to Accra. Let's go. The views in this forest is really beautiful.
Right now, I can see that they are...
Hey, do you know that it touched it?
Yeah.
That's your last meal. He wanted to steal it. Oh, this one has a baby. Oh, he's running away. I mean, we had a good time, but she was so scared.
Yeah.
How was the experience?
A little bit shaky. Like when I finished, like adrenaline was pumping. But I mean, yeah, different strokes for different folks. It just wasn't working for me.
Show her some love by subscribing to her YouTube channel.
Thank you.
Vanessa.
Hi.
How was the experience?
Oh, son, it was amazing. I don't know why I love monkeys. Or I have that whole confidence around them. I think mostly because growing up, I used to say monkeys.
Okay.
So when we go to my mom's village, there are monkeys. So we go out to the forest and we see that. So yeah, I'm used to that. I feel like multitude of them here is amazing. I've had a lot of fun. I cannot wait to get back, basically.
Please do want to subscribe to her YouTube channel too. So guys, until next time on my YouTube channel, I want to say right here from the Volta region, right here from Tafi Atome in the Volta region, I want to say I love you all and I hope you enjoyed coming along with me. I hope you enjoyed the history around why the animals are here and the forest and all that. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. Bye bye to the monkey sanctuary. We leaving. I hope you are doing amazing. So I'm currently here in the heart of Accra, a hotel very popular. I mean, anyone who passed East Legon has been seeing this hotel. It's called the Vic Hotel, and I'm here to explore this place. So this place is known for its big and spacious conference room, and I'm currently here to spend the night. In fact, have a staycation here with my friend. And so of course, you know, I can't go to a hotel without taking you along. So come, let's go, let's explore this place. Let's go, guys. I'm sure you are interested to see how the room looks like, right? Come, let's go. So this is the washroom. so spacious. The room is really, really spacious, and the room is colorful. The room is beautiful. The furniture has like a vintage touch. So if you're an art lover, you really love this room because at any point, like, there's beautiful art facing me, behind me, in front of me, and it's so beautiful. Like, look at this painting, like, this is nice. And yeah, I came with my friend. My friend had flowers this morning. Oh, how cute. She's such a lover girl. And this is going to be my room. I came last night and I had fried rice and chicken. It was so good, and I woke up to this beautiful view. Let me show you my view from here. Meet my friend. Hi, Millie. Do you all remember her from my Code Involved videos? Do they remember you?
I'm a popular guest.
Yes, she's very popular on my channel. Let me know your favorite part of the room. Is it this painting? Is it the bed? Or the washroom? Or this painting? It comes with a TV, a fridge. So this is the fridge. So you get a good welcome when you come here, and the place is really nice, very colorful. I think this is a perfect place for maybe when you have like a wedding dress up. You can come and dress up because it's really big, really spacious. You can have like maybe your bride and your bridesmaids here, or your groomsmen here. It's such a big space. You can tell from the video. Look at this. And I like the fact that it's in the middle of town, so whilst you're here, you can see Legon, you can see Villaggio, you can see like the Accra township. So guys, yesterday I made a new friend and she happens to be the manager. Hi Belinda!
Hi Stella!
Good to see you.
Same here. Actually, I'm not the manager. I'm actually the reservations manager.
Oh, she's still the manager. She's still the manager. So, what's special about this place? Tell me.
Well, I'll say that it's our conference room that makes us very special.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of conference rooms, about 8 of them.
Wow, that's a lot.
And the largest sits up to 700, so we have quite a number. And then I'll say that we have more conference rooms than our competitors around here.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are mainly into conferencing, so most of the time we host a whole lot of conference here. Also, our rooms, we have the largest room. Most of our rooms are very
spacious. Yeah.
Yes.
The room I had it's really really pretty and very colorful.
Sure.
Yeah.
Most of the rooms are like that, big space, and guests really enjoy coming there because of the space. Yeah, and then the vintage touch.
Yeah. the wood. Yeah.
So you see, that really makes people come here often. And our friendly staff, we are always ready to welcome you. Even if you stay out there for a long time and you come, we are still able to make you out. So it's like home away from home when you visit here. So.
Okay. Since I have met the manager, I'm going to get an extra night for free, right?
Yeah. I hope you are having fun.
Oh yes, I am. So guys, you heard it from her. I mean, let's explore the place. I hope you're enjoying watching this vlog as much as I'm enjoying my time here at the Men's Vic Hotel. I realize there's an annex.
Yeah, we used to operate, but now we are not operating it anymore.
Okay, so guys, let's continue enjoying the view from the Men's Vic Hotel. Wow, they really have big halls. Like, wow, I think it's really known for like conferences. So if you are a company, you want to have your conference here, you don't have to sleep here to rent their spaces. Good morning from the GhanaWEeb Hotel. You can see Villaggio from here, and you can see Legon from here, and yeah, this is a beautiful pool. Hi Millie. You're all invited. Cheers. It's pool time! Yay! I have my bikini under my dress, and yeah, she's also ready. We are going to swim. You all know me. I can't go somewhere with a pool and decide not to swim. It's not possible. The only thing is today I don't want to get my hair wet, so I have here something to cover my hair, and yeah. So let's go and swim. We are currently in the rainy season, so you can't be assured of a good weather every day, but thank God at least today the sun is out a little. Yeah, so we are going to swim. Is here. I'm having banku and tilapia as always, and she's having jollof rice. Tilapia. So yeah, all invited. Let me taste their banku for the first time. It's nice. The shito is really good. Let's try their tilapia. I highly recommend their tilapia. I had chicken yesterday and it was good. Second meal of the day, apart from the breakfast I had, is tilapia, and also good, very spicy. If you don't want spice, you can just order. So I'm currently here at the gym, and I'm the only one here. Yes, so this is my outfit check. Woo! From the GhanaWEeb Hotel. Last night was my last night here. Today is Sunday morning, and this is going to be my last morning here. I just quickly had to just dress up, change to this outfit, go have breakfast, and leave here. I have my church outfit here, so I mean it's Sunday, and once I'm in Accra I have to make it to church. So from here I'm going straight to church. I wanted to show you how beautiful I look and share my experience here at the GhanaWEeb Hotel. I think the place is really big. It's a very big space, and the staff are really friendly. All the staff I've come in contact with are like, oh, this, oh, that. Like, I've even made friends while here. The breakfast was good. I had lunch. I had banku as always. Banku and tilapia yesterday. Then, and you know, the lunch was so heavy that I forgot to even order for dinner, so I didn't have dinner last night. That's why I'm so hungry this morning. So I'm going to have breakfast for the last time, and yeah, so this has been my experience here. I encourage anyone, if you're in Accra and you want a place to stay, come to the GhanaWEeb Hotel. I had a good time here, and it's in a prime area at East Legon. It's very close to the airport. It's about 10 minutes drive from the airport. You can see Villaggio from here, you can see Legon from here. It's like in the middle of the city, so you don't have a problem when it comes to the location. So let's go. I saw the back here, so yeah, let's go have breakfast, and yeah, I'm going to say bye-bye to this room. The bed is messy, but I really like the painting here. Here is so colorful. When you look here, something beautiful. When you look at the other side, another painting which is so beautiful. So let's go have some breakfast. I made 3 new friends while having breakfast, and yeah, I have 3 new subscribers. So if you're watching this, shout out to you. Yeah, so yeah, let's go. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience at the Men's Hotel. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. I just left East Legon. I'm going to church. Catch you guys on another day, another video. As always, thanks for the support and everything. I love you all.
Asante King, who is wearing the Adwina San. That is the name of the kente cloth he's wearing.
Okay.
And that symbolizes the end of thinking or the end of knowledge.
This is just a glimpse of everything you get to experience in that beautiful edifice that has served Ghana for over 50 years. In 2015, the National Museum was closed for major renovations and was reopened just last month in June 2022. I'm going to tell you and show you why a visit to this place is a must. Welcome to another season of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. We took a little break after the first season, but now we are back. And trust me, this season will be full of surprises and fun. I'm so happy I can do this with you. My name is Wanda Amihegan. See you after the break. Welcome back from the break, and thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places right here on GhanaWeb TV. Like I told you before, we are taking a tour around the National Museum. And to help us do this, we have Samuel Amega Jr. Hello. The gentleman right beside me. He has been here for close to 10 years, and he's the Senior Museums and Monuments Education Officer. He's going to help us have a glimpse of what you'd be enjoying if you visit the National Museum. Hi.
Hi.
And thanks for having us in your beautiful place.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to.
Thank you so much. So what are we expecting to see today?
Right, so inside the National Museum Gallery, you'll be seeing a lot of artifacts. And what I mean by artifacts has to do with objects of our creation, indigenous Ghanaian origin. And so you have objects that speaks to our history, objects that speaks to our culture, objects that speaks to our traditions, and objects that inspires us for the future. And these objects cut across all the geographical areas across the country. And so you have objects coming from the northern part of Ghana, the middle belt, as well as southern Ghana.
So some of the regions have been represented here?
Yes, most of the regions have been represented
here. Right. So where are we starting from?
Yeah, so we'll begin the tour from the right side. To begin the tour, actually, we have here this section on beginnings. So with the beginnings, now, per archaeological evidence in Ghana, it's estimated that about 40,000 BC, there's evidence of people who might have lived here in this present location called Ghana. And so, but historically, what we know as the first people to have been here in this country are the Guans. So they were the first settlers here. Every other tribe or every other ethnic group actually migrated into this territory and met the Guans. And then the Guans are actually spread across the entire country. From the north, they form something like something similar to a question mark on the Ghana map. So it's from the north all the way through the Volta North, through the eastern region, and then it comes into the southern part of Ghana, that is the coastal area. So the Guans are scattered all over the country. Right.
So these are like stones that represent the first
Ghanaians, and how they use them and for what purposes that they use them. So we have a period coming from the late Stone Age period into the Middle Stone Age period, as well as the early Stone Age period. Right. So you have these few objects here. Once you observe them, you see how sharp the edges look. And these were among the earliest ones used. That is the Achillean tool, and they were used for cutting. Yes, and the more cognition advanced, or the more advanced they became in their thinking, they created other stone tools that had a lot of precision, in terms of its cut and its shape. Yes.
I'm interested, how were things like this, artifacts like this, found and brought here?
Yes, they were actually excavated. So there are several places that are identified where excavation goes on to retell the past.
Right. So from the Stone Age part of the museum.
Yes.
Where next are we going to?
Yes. So it moves into the trans-Saharan slave trade. So with the coming in of other ethnic groups into this territory and then interacting with the first Ghanaians, it evolved into a system where we had a barter trade where you could trade with people. Of course, everyone needed something for themselves, which others had, and then you might not have. So you needed to exchange with them to get what you want. And so beyond the barter trade with the first Ghanaians and even among the other ethnic groups, trade went beyond our territory, our modern day territory, into West Africa and even into the northern part of Africa. And so you had a lot of, kindly come this way. So this is a map showing some ancient towns and places we have in West Africa. Hausa towns mostly found in modern day Nigeria, Timbuktu, which is modern day Mali. So Ghana is also situated somewhere here. And there were some commodities that was commonly traded from Ghana with West African people, and then those commodities found their way also into Northern Africa. Three of the main ones are gold, we have kola nut, as well as salt. Now, kola nut was so much desired because it helped traders who went across the Saharan desert, to keep up with the dryness or the dry nature of that territory. This is also another map showing some very old, or so to speak, ancient towns across West Africa. And this will lead us into another very interesting part of our exon, the ancient Ghana Empire or Kingdom, as well as the modern day Ghana. Sometimes people do confuse the ancient Ghana Empire with the modern day territory called Ghana. And these are two separate geographical areas. This was an empire, so to speak, that had existed between the 8th and then 12th century. But by around the 13th century, it was destroyed by a more superior, a more sophisticated empire, which is the Mali Empire. And so this territory has been absorbed. It was destroyed and now absorbed by modern day Mali. But Ghana here today, or the name Ghana, was actually declared on this nation after independence, when we gained independence from our colonial masters in 1957. Okay. So our historians or our nationalists only adopted the name from the ancient Ghana Empire. And then
but
the name
they are
was,
not one and the same place.
They are not one and the same. These are two separate places. Yeah, two separate territories. Right.
So next we move to...
Yeah, so we move to an excavation from a place called Yipambongo. That is up there in the northern part of Ghana, upper east region. And these are excavations from the Komaland people or the Koma people. Now, these excavations have been dated to around 1200, some of them 1300, and some 1100. And it speaks to the society in which the objects were found. Now, these are all baked or glazed clay, terracotta, so we call it terracotta. And that shows the level of civilization or the level of innovation, the level of sophistication that this society had at the time. So that's why we have.
But what
do
some of these things symbolize?
Yeah, some of them represent like animals from the community or the society. Others who are molded in a form for ritual purposes. Some for funerary objects. But one interesting thing about this particular Kumaland excavation has to do with the people, the Busa people, or the Kuma people, as well as the object. Now, when the archaeologists found the objects, it appears it's a little bit distinct from the people. And so the people, per their oral traditions and their history, don't really know how it came about or who had them. Because they were not the people that created this object, but these objects were found within that particular territory. Yes. But our historians, our archaeologists are still ongoing with their research to get the exact, progenitors to this particular object. And you realize that some of the objects have been indicated on it as confiscated. Yes, we are fighting, or there's a big war against illicit trafficking of cultural goods by antiquity thieves and then being sold on the international market. So the Ghana Museums, in collaboration with the Immigration Service and other partners, once we discover any person, with any cultural goods which is of national interest to us and it was not acquired legally, the objects have to be confiscated and brought to the National Museum.
So some of these were actually confiscated?
Some of these were actually confiscated from antiquity thieves.
I see.
So you can help us by,
spreading the word.
Spreading the word and telling people about some of these objects. There's also a very interesting object here. Right up there, you see something like an image of a person who has something like wings. Yes, with something like cowrie shells on the neck. So within that society, culturally it's believed that we have spirits. And then among the spirits, we have bad spirits like witches or witchcraft. And so that is to depict witchcraft or the representation of witchcraft within that particular society. Yeah, that's why you have, and it's believed that witches fly at night. Yeah. I haven't seen one myself though. I don't know about you. Yeah, but it's a cultural belief which, it's very peculiar to the people.
I see. Okay. Well, we would want to hold on. How many more areas or demarcations of the gallery do we have right before we take the break?
Yes, we are actually not done with the beginnings. We are still on the beginnings. We are yet to move to the state formation. Afterwards, we'll go to kingdoms, and then the final section will be on the nation after independence.
So you heard from Junior, there's more, there are more areas to explore here in the gallery at the National Museum. We want you to experience the whole thing for yourself. We'll just show you some pictures, more pictures about the beginning category after the break, and then we'll move to the other divisions where he'll tell us more about some of the artifacts and the various things we have here at the museum. But this is still People and Places. We are taking a short break. Enam will bring us facts about Ghana. We'll be right back.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Ghana was initially called Gold Coast due to the rich alluvial minerals and large supplies of and markets for gold that existed there. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
We are back. Thank you for staying with us. Now, those were a few photos you saw from some of the things we have at the beginning section. Now we are moving to the state formation section, and then we'll move to other sections in the gallery. So Samuel,
yes.
What do we have here?
Yeah, so in the states section, we'll be seeing some objects such as the war dress. We'll be seeing traditional architecture. We'll also be seeing some farm tools or implements that were locally manufactured or produced here. Yeah, but aside that too, we have a video that talks about iron working or iron production here in Ghana. It will amaze you to know that by the first millennial AD, iron was already discovered here in Ghana. In places like Bego, Bono Manso, and as well as Daboya. These are places that iron was first discovered. And with the production of iron into implements and tools like the hoe, the spear, the sickles, and other implements, it aided in agriculture. So the more iron you had, the more farming you could do. And then once you have a lot of weapons, the more hunting you could do and the more game you could kill. It also helped craftsmen in working their crafts.
So can you now take us through the various, you mentioned the iron tools, right?
Yes,
These are some of them.
These are a few of the iron tools that we have. Hoes, for clearing or digging. We have the sickles. It can help you in even harvesting cocoa or even cutting grass. Yeah. Now you realize that some of them have elaborate forms. Now the bigger and the heavier ones, you usually find them from the northern part of Ghana because the land is usually very dry and hard. And so you need heavier tools to work the land. And then you have the smaller ones which are very common and mostly used here in South.
How old, an estimated year, would you say some of these artifacts are? For
these particular ones, I cannot really give you the specific date, but this should be coming from the 20th century period.
Okay.
Yes.
Quite old then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then we have?
Here we have the traditional architecture. Yes, and this is very common in the northern parts of the country. Yes, where you have
it looks
buildings.
like a typical home setting.
Exactly.
In the north.
Exactly. This is for one big family. So you have a man, and you know, traditionally the men could marry, have many wives, and then with a lot of children. The more children you have, the more farms you could work in.
And that's the farm, I suppose.
No, this is a animal quarters, a space for animals, and this is the home itself, the living quarter where the family stays together.
Okay.
And then the women have their rooms. The head of the family also has his room.
Okay.
Everybody has an activity to do within the house. And usually it's the women that do the coloring and then the painting of the building, and then the men do the setup and the building itself. Yeah.
I now understand when you say almost every region is represented, because we've seen a few items from one or two places. This is the wardrobe.
Yeah, this is the wardrobe.
Okay.
This is the wardrobe. Now, in time past when, we are still on state formation by the way, so in time past where people produced iron and then they had iron tools like the spear, the bow and arrow, as well as the spear, it led to conquest of other smaller areas. And so warriors that fought, you know, to defend communities had to protect themselves from shots, arrowheads, and you know, spears. And so they had a war dress, which is laden with charms. Yeah, so the leather pieces you see on it are laden with charms to protect the warrior, so to speak. And so it's believed that it's actually, well, I've not tried one though.
Okay.
Yes, but it's believed this was very potent, it was very effective, and
protected
arrows,
people
it protected the warriors from
attack.
being hit. Yeah.
Okay. But you see the difference between the two. Some of them have more of these.
More of the leather pieces, but the same function actually.
Okay.
Same function.
Okay.
Yeah, so the idea is the charms that is laden in the dress, in the costume, is what protects you, and not just the costume itself, and not just the leather. Of course, iron and you know arrowheads will go
pierce
through
this
leather
at
easily.
any point. Right. Okay. And then we have.
Yeah. So before we move to this, over here we have the
the
weapons.
Bows.
Yeah,
and
the bow and arrow, the
spear,
spear, and then the guns. Yeah. Right. And then this brings us into the clan system or the clans, but this specifically is for the fancies. Yeah, so the fancies, you know, every family here in Ghana belongs to a bigger family, which is the clans. And all clans are usually represented with different symbols or totems. And so specifically for the fancies, we have this here.
Okay.
You see the Adriana, you have a dog representing them. And sometimes, it's often said that you're not supposed to eat any animal that represents you or it's your totem. Otherwise, something evil might happen to you. And aside that, too, the totems kind of reflect their character traits or the characteristics of the people.
I see.
So, like, you know, for the dog, how very loyal a dog is. It shows loyalty. You know, for a parrot, that shows eloquence. You know, the parrot talks a lot.
Yeah.
And then you're very persuasive. You have the crow for integrity. You know, the bretio, that is for the leopard. That shows a lot of bravery, a lot of boldness, courage as well. But there are several of them representing different.
Right. And these flags, what do they represent?
Right. So these flags here are for the warriors, the Asafo groups that we have here. And you know, in time past where wars were fought, you needed a warriors organization to protect the chief as well as the community and the people. And so it's popularly called Asafo, especially among the coastal areas. So these flags represented each unit or each Asafo
you mean
group.
the people who usually paint their bodies?
Yeah, of course. They have this scarifications, they have a lot of paintings, they have a lot of sketches on themselves.
I needed to be sure what Asafo you were talking about.
Yes, the same people. The same people. That is to portray some fierceness, and they hold a flag. You know, before if it's any warfare, they have to go out for. And if it's a celebration of, now we don't have wars like it used to be in the past. So when festivals are being celebrated, to show their essence still, you know, and their relevance still to the chieftaincy, they have their flags, you know, and then you have the group itself
So these two represent the Ashantis?
No, these are for Fanti areas.
Okay.
These are from the Fanti areas,
Okay.
so like the Chiman and some other places.
Right, okay. We are still at the state formation section, right?
Still on state formation. So that brings us into kingdoms. So once we come here, we are into kingdoms. Yes. Now, so for a representation of the kingdom, we are portraying here a traditional chief, particularly from southern parts of Ghana. This could be an Asante king or chief. And then we have the queen or queen mother also seated or flanked by him. Yeah, so, you know, beyond the state, those that had a lot of guns, a lot of weapons, were able to conquer other smaller territories and then had some very huge kingdoms or authority in terms of land mass. And so this king here is colorfully dressed in his kente fabric. So let's use this for an Asante king who is wearing the Adwinasan. That is the name of the kente cloth he's wearing.
Okay.
And that symbolizes the end of thinking or the end of knowledge, the end of the mind, literally. Yeah, so the idea is that the king must...
Adwinasan. Okay.
Adwinasan. So the idea is that the king must wear the most prized, the most cherished, the most complicated and the most beautiful, elegant fabric at all times compared to other sub-chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the idea for the paramount chief.
Have you always had this structure here? I mean, before the museum was closed down and renovated and reopened.
Yeah, so we didn't used to have this. But to create, that visitor experience, to enhance our narrative, we decided to have this represented fully here.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So that people can actually relate more with it.
This is
So
absolutely
for
beautiful.
Our folks who have never visited any festival or haven't seen any cultural area during any festival, once you visit the National Gallery, you can have a visual impression about how our chiefs are seated, and our queens as well during any Deba or festival.
These are, just to be sure, these are Ashanti representations, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And there's also a photograph here that is depicting how a chief or a king is carried, into
in a palanquin.
Yes, in a palanquin into
a
festival or a ceremony or any occasion.
Okay.
So usually they don't have to walk in.
They are carried.
Very cherished. They have to be carried shoulder high before they are brought in.
Right.
The queen mothers or the queens are also carried. That's a depiction right there.
But that's a smaller stool
yes.
or chair compared to
that of the king. Yeah. So we saw a representation on the architecture from the northern part. And then we have this for southern Ghana, but specifically this is for the Asantes.
Okay.
We call them the Asante traditional buildings. Yeah, so formerly these were the homes of the nobility, the chiefs or kings, noblemen, the affluent and royals, and, as well as the priests, the traditional priests and priestesses.
Okay.
Yeah, so about 10 of these are scattered all throughout the Ashanti region, A.B.C and some other places. You still find these buildings there, and it's actually under the protection of the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board. These are all world listed heritage sites.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyone can visit at any point in time.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, so we're almost skipping this. So that is the traditional weaving loom. So this is where the kente cloth or fabric is produced from. Usually the kente is woven in small strips, about maybe 4 inches by 12, and then you have these small strips or pieces joined together to produce a bigger kente cloth.
Right. So how much more do we have under this section?
Yeah, this is like the very, very last, almost the very last.
Okay.
And we talk about the kitchen and then we'll be done. Yeah, so this is for our northern brothers and sisters.
Chiefs.
This is for a northern chief. Yes, fully dressed, in his batakari or fugu, the smoke, with his royal hat also adorned. Yes. Now it's interesting how a chief is the one that has the the Fugu hat standing upright.
Yeah.
That shows he has the most authority. He's the overlord of the land.
Okay.
But other people too can wear the Fugu hat, but you should not be competing with it. You have to turn it to
different places,
angles and other places, just to represent other ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, aside what the chief, has his represented.
Right.
Sometimes when it goes to the back this way, if you go to the back, you see people folding to the back, like to forget about the past. Let's keep our focus mostly on the future. It can go to the side, to the right side or to the left side. That symbolizes peace.
I'm actually smiling because we have an episode where we visited a smoke making site, and the guy explained the whole shifting and then the various positions of the smoke, and then what they mean.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's
you can share that video with the museum actually. We have here the Ipiaba doors, which the Ashantis usually have the one with the circular head and a flat body. This is a representation of beauty. The Fantis have the one with a flat head. Other ethnic groups also have DS. Yes. Now, in the past, it was believed that women who could not have children or those who struggled with barrenness would usually, visit a shrine, a priest or priestess. You would pour out your heart to them, and then you'll be given a doll to care for like a baby. In the process of doing that, you trust and believe in your gods, and then you are also giving your baby.
So that's for fertility?
That is for fertility. So this is our fertility doll, popularly called the Ipiaba doors among the Akan community.
Right.
And so once a baby is born, it goes through the naming ceremony. Yes, and this is also very celebrated. Any newborn child is welcome into the world. You are welcome to the family, you are welcome to the community, you are also welcome and presented to our ancestors during the naming ceremony. When a child also matures, especially the ladies, you get to puberty and you are a young adult, you are ready for marriage, there's a special occasion. This depot is for the Dangbis, where the lady is trained into womanhood. You are cultured, you are nurtured into all the nitty-gritties about being a female, how to take care of your home, yourself, your family, your husband, and even your business and so many other things. And then after marriage, you have your children, the time comes when you die, and you move into the land of the ancestors, or you move into the other side of life. Yes.
And then funerals are performed. Basically, this section is supposed to give you like a brief history, or like it's supposed to take you through the various stages of life.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Which is celebrated or commemorated here in Ghana. Yeah, and these are actually terracotta figurines for burial of our chiefs, particularly in the Akan areas. And that is the Egusia Kurua, which is usually used in containing potions or concoction that is used ritual cleansing of the dead chief or the body of the chief before eventually is buried. So this will become servant in the grave and in the land of the ancestors. So it accompanies the dead body, and then it's believed that once a king, always a king, or once a chief, always a chief. So you need to be served in the next world that you find yourself. So this will become servant to the king in the next world.
Okay. There's so much to see, so many photos, so many artifacts, and so much history here at the gallery at the National Museum here in Accra. So we want to wrap up this episode, but we'll explore much more in the next episode with Samuel. Samuel, thank you for doing this with us.
You're welcome.
This is People and Places. I am Wanda Amihagan, and I did this with Samuel
Amegan Jr.
See you next time.
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, Thou members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, July 27, 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honourable Member for Norton.
I'm grateful, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, at page 13, the last paragraph, the ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja, Nigeria, it says 9th to 2nd July. I don't know if they intended to indicate 12th July, but I'm not too sure. I'm not a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, so if the table office could cross-check and correct it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The table office will verify and correct it. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, page 40, 41, page 42, page 43, page 44, page 45, 46, 47, page 48, page 49, page 50, 51, page 52, page 53, and page 54. Honourable members, subject to the correction effected, the vote on proceedings of Wednesday, July 27, 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes. Yes, you will.
Speaker, with your leave, we'll have to vary the order of business and take a tribute in memory of the late Anthony Bright Bwedi, Honorable Mensa, as the first item as we proceed. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, Minority.
Mr. Speaker, once that finds favor with you, we can start with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. You may read the tribute.
Speaker, thank you. I begin with a popular quotation by Charles Wesley, and it goes like, "Now praise we great and famous men, the Father's name is story, and praise the Lord who now, as then reveals in man, his glory." So unquote. The Parliament of Ghana received the news of the death of the Honorable Anthony Bright Bwedi Mensa with great shock, and we still group for words to fully express how his demise has caused a great loss to the institution of Parliament and the nation, Ghana. So that as we pay this tribute in honor of an astute politician and legislator, we share in the belief that kings die and beggars die, rich men die and poor men die, old people die and young people die. Death comes to the innocent and it comes to the guilty. Death is common denominator of all men. So our solemn duty as a house in commemoration of the memories we share together is not only to cast into remembrance the painful exit of the late honorable member, but to recount a life well lived and a political chapter well written. The late Honorable Bwedi Mensa was a noble man, a very affable personality who carved for himself a lasting trademark of diligence, honor, and good neighborliness, and these will forever be remembered in the history of the Parliament of Ghana. Speaker, the late member became a member of Parliament on the 7th of January 1997. Having been elected to represent the good people of Obuasi in the Asante region on the tickets of the New Patriotic Party, due to his hard work, loving nature, and service to his constituents, he was re-elected a second term in the year 2000. Speaker, the late member served on various committees during his term, spanning 8 years in Parliament. He served on the Mines and Energy, Appointment, Environment, Science and Technology Committee. In 2022, he became the chair of the Committee of Mines and Energy. He availed his expertise and experience in mining operations and activities at the Ashanti Goldfields Company Limited in Obuasi to the work of the committee, and everyone who remembers him can testify to his resourcefulness and communal approach to resolving issues. Speaker, he believed that consensus building was pivotal in deepening parliamentary democracy, and it was based on this solid principle that he charted his life as a legislator and a politician. Speaker, the Honorable Boedi Mensah would be mostly remembered as the chair of the Mines and Energy Committee for the various motions he's moved on the floor, especially the report of the Joint Committee on Finance and Mines and Energy on the conditional deferral agreement in respect of overdue and deferred payments under the power purchase agreement between the Volta River Authority and the Takoradi International Company for the 220 megawatt thermal power generator plant at Takoradi. Speaker, this was a monumental feat in his parliamentary life, and it was one of the memories he cherished so much. In the second and third Parliament of the Fourth Republic that he represented the people of Obuasi constituency, the late Boedi Mensah contributed to many statements and asked ministerial questions in his drive to bring development to his constituents. The late member was a beacon of hope to his people. He was resolute, enterprising, and charismatic. Speaker, he defended his principles unapologetically. But when he made to succumb to superior argument on good grounds, he was never bothered to soften his stance. Speaker, in his contribution to statement on the strike action of workers of Asante Goldfields Company Limited in Obuasi, he stated, and I quote, "I have been a manager of the mines for 23 years, and it is mostly on the ticket of mines that I am here today, and therefore, their interest is paramount to me. For the honorable member on the majority side to have a statement without consulting me, it is a little bit premature because of the fact that I know more about this issue than he does." The Speaker, the work has been restored to normalcy, but as there was no substantive minister at that time, I made the intervention and encouraged the labor force to go back to work, unquote. So the late member was committed to representing the interests of his constituents with agency, honesty, commitments, and selflessness. And he always seized every opportunity to champion the needs of the people of Obuasi. When it came to infrastructure development, socio-economic intervention, and promotion the welfare of indigents, people, he will be remembered as an achiever, never reneging on his promises to his people. Speaker, in one of his numerous questions to the Minister for Roads and Transport, he asked, and I quote, "The Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Transport is to give the reason for the delay of the completion of Obuasi road works in view of the fact that the roads cannot be used easily by vehicular traffic due to intermittent erection of road blocks by the contractor with no apparent serious and active works going on." Speaker, unquote. On another occasion, at question time, he sought to find out about the state of the by-water project in Obuasi. He asked, and quote again, Speaker, "The Speaker, I want to take him back to Obuasi. Some time ago when he was last there, I asked him a question about the impoundment of by-water project in Obuasi, and he told me the information trickling into his office suggested that something like that by March this year, the water project must have been completed. Is he telling me that the water empowerment has taken place and is in place, unquote? In contributing to the debate on the budget statement and government financial policy in 2001, delivered by the Honorable Yaosafo Mafi, the late Bwedi Mensah had this to say on the Diversity Implementation Committee, the DIC report, in the year 1998. The Speaker, I quote, "The Speaker, it is correct that the amount was stated, the DIC report for 1998-99. The Speaker, that figure was $450 million. I remember that very well. What I am saying is that once the DIC has come out with a figure, it presupposes that the money must have been paid into the consolidated accounts." Speaker, unquote. The Honorable Bwedi Mensah was detail-oriented, often noted for his thorough scrutiny of figures and value for money audits, especially when it came to protecting the government purse. Speaker, he believed that transparency and accountability was a two-phase point that would help restore public confidence in our political system in a period when citizens are losing faith in politicians and politics. Speaker, indeed, the late member was a friendly and honest man who knew the law. He was a decorous parliamentarian who had mastery of the rules, procedure, and workings of Parliament. He was general with all the knowledge he had accumulated over the years, and he contributed so much to the legislation process of Parliament. Speaker, the late Honourable related well with his colleagues on both sides of the political divide and was always ready to make amends. Without mincing words, it would be fair to say he was a good man, an ardent believer in the Supreme Being, and an exemplary politician whose indelible footprints will forever be etched in the sands of time. Speaker, Honourable Bwedi Mensah, through the selfless and ennobling service to Ghana, the Parliament of Ghana, and the world as a whole, you have duly contributed your quota to the cause of humanity. You reckon that your Creator is indeed proud that you harness your talents and skills to the betterment of human society. Speaker, in conclusion, the vacuum created by your demise can never be filled, especially to your loving family and compatriots. But while we mourn, we also give thanks to the Lord for your life and the wisdom He gave you to contribute to shaping our parliamentary life. We will sorely miss you, but we are consoled by the belief that your Maker has a higher purpose for you in heaven. Mr. Anthony Bright Bwedi Mensah, may your gentle soul and the souls of all faithful departed rest in the bosom of the Lord and rise in glory on the resurrection day. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Where are the boss MPs? Yes, leader.
Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the yeoman's role played by the honourable member, whose transition we mark and indeed pay our respect to him for his service to the country. The Speaker, the Honourable Anthony Bright Bwedi Mensah, affectionately called Brody Mens when we first came to Parliament, because of the name that he bore, Bwedi Mensah, which people then refer to as Brody Mens. The Speaker, he was one of the pioneer members of Parliament who represented the MPP in the 61-member squad that represented in 1987 January. And he represented the people of Obuasi at a time we had not seen that division at the place. He represented them on two different occasions. The Speaker, Mr. Bwedi Mensah was quite an experienced person before coming to Parliament. He had been the insurance manager of Obuasi Goldfields for a considerable period before he exited to come to Parliament. Speaker, my first encounter with him was in 1992 when he represented a party in the abortive attempt to have come to Parliament on the ticket of MPP. I had been elected by the party to go and observe the conduct of elections, 5 constituencies at a time, beginning with Bekwai, Fomina, Obuasi, Asokwa, and New Edubiasi. These 5 constituencies were in my charge, and so it was my first encounter with Bodi Mensah, the Honorable Bodi Mensah, when I paid him a visit to inquire from him how the elections were going and what preparations he himself had made towards the elections. Those days, we had 2 separate elections, one for the presidential candidate and the other for the parliamentary candidate. The Speaker, the encounters that we had, the brazen misconduct of the elections, is what started what eventually became known as the stolen verdict that the NPP came to write. I observed several improprieties, listed them, and when I came back, Professor Albert Eduwai, who was our presidential candidate after voting in Accra, had come to Kumasi, and in the night, that's the dawn, when I returned to Kumasi, I reported to him my observations, and he asked whether I had documented C. I said so. Whereupon he said, in that case, we should find out the various constituencies in the region, in Ashanti region, to see what went wrong. That is what I started compiling, which eventually ended up in our writing the stolen verdict. Manifestly on the ground, we saw improprieties, which informed the reform that the Electoral Commission itself introduced into the 1996 elections. Bodi Mensah was part of the group that came up with suggestions that could further improve the conduct of elections in the country. The Speaker, as I said, when he joined, indeed came together in 1997 January when we were inaugurated in Parliament. That is the second Parliament when we joined. He was a voice that was heard on the floor on many occasions, especially when it came to matters relating to finance. As we got, I remember there was an occasion when he made a statement relating to insurance, that Ghana should have a health insurance scheme. It came from the Honorable Bodi Mensah, one occasion when he made a statement in this house. Unfortunately, the succeeding government into 2001 was the government that introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme. I want to believe that if we come indeed to accord respect to those of them who came, whose ideas concretized in our introduction of health insurance scheme for this country, Bodi Mensah's name will be mentioned. The Speaker, on occasion of his death, one can only wish the family that he has left behind, in particular the nuclear family, which includes one of our immediate past members of Parliament, the Honorable Abena Droa Mensah, who until the demise of the Honorable Bodi Mensah, I didn't know was the daughter of Bodi Mensah. She had been here. She had represented, Abena Droa Mensah is the daughter of Anthony Bright Bodi Mensah. I never knew until the transition of the Honorable Bodi Mensah. She represented Asin, one of the Asin constituencies, Asin North. The father represented Obuasi in the Ashanti region. Apparently, the mother is from Asin North. And Bodi Mensah is from Adansi. The Speaker, however it happened that Abna Blua Mensah didn't introduce herself to us as the daughter of Bodi Mensah, only she can explain. But that is the affairs of the world. The Speaker has said, we can only wish that his Creator accords a restful and peaceful place for the Honorable Anthony Bright Bodi Mensah for his service to this country. May God bless him for what he has done for Mother Ghana. I thank you.
Yes, MP for Boise West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an occasion that brings heaviness to my heart, but it's also an occasion that brings joy because of the impact Honorable Bodi Mensah, the late, has had on not just my life, but the lives of many others in Obuasi. Honorable Bodi Mensah was the first member of Parliament for the entire Obuasi, both Obuasi East and Obuasi West, where I am now the Member of Parliament. He was one of the founding members of the party NPP in the constituency, and he was one of those who at the time Ghana was beginning to re-nurture our democracy, gave up his job with Anglo-Gold Ashanti in order that he could help shape the governance arrangements that we were trying to develop for ourselves as a country. He has taught us many things. He has brought many developments to our constituency. And when we heard of his passing, our feelings were mixed because on the one hand, for Obuasi, a huge personality had departed. But in many ways, we looked at Obuasi and the good things he brought and the lessons he taught us and how he has contributed to many of us becoming members of Parliament today, and we are able to say he fulfilled the purpose for which God brought him on this earth. The Speaker, many have already said quite a lot about him. Today we do not have time. I would have gone on and on and on, but I would pause here and just pray that the late Honorable Bodi Mensah will have his soul rest in eternal peace and sit in the very bosom of the Lord. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Pru East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
True.
Mr. Speaker, I did not meet Honorable Bodi Mensah in Parliament, but I met him in a different capacity as a member of the Committee on Mines and Energy. At the time, I was the Chief Executive of the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited. And what he displayed in my interaction with him was a sense of balance, a sense of nationalism, and a sense of professionalism. He did not take the high partisan, high route of those days in his dealings with me, or indeed any time we had discussions on the petroleum downstream sector. But he raised issues of national importance, issues of regulation because BOST then acted as the quasi-regulator, and therefore he made very significant contributions outside this chamber to the downstream sector. It is for this reason that I eulogize him, even though he comes from a different political party, and I believe he was in the wrong party because of his nationalist credentials. But He was a nationalist par excellence. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that today his soul will rest in perfect peace because he has served his country well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a tribute which is not supposed to generate controversies. The statement made by the Honorable Nkommo Doctor, a senior man of this House, that the Honorable Bodi Mensah was in the wrong party because of his nationalism. He was a nationalist. So those of us who are on this side, by implication, are not nationalists. Mr. Speaker, that is a very obtuse statement, and it shouldn't come from the Honorable Dr. Nkommo. If it had come from some other people that I'm beholding, I'd have taken it. the one who was looking at me, who has now bowed down his head, I wouldn't mention his name. If it had come from him, I would have taken it in my stride. But Dr. Nkommo shouldn't have said so. I'll forgive him for his sins.
Very well. Shall we observe a minute silence in memory of our departed brother? May the soul of the Honorable Bodi Mensah and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in eternal peace. Amen. I noticed those who are not paying attention, so who did not hear that we should observe a minute silence. Whilst we were on our feet, they were sitting. I saw all of them. Yes, Leader, what next?
Speaker, we begin with presentation of papers, and we are taking items 7, C, I, to start with. Hope we are ready.
7, one moment, I want to be sure which one you're. 7CI, II, and III. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, Speaker. That's it.
The first 3.
Yes, it's 7C, III.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, 7CI, the report is not ready. Mr. Speaker, I've not had the opportunity to see the report. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the committee, we voted on that report, and it's important for me to at least see the report to know what exactly is in the report. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be late until we see the report. And let the chairman be aware that we want to see the report before you lay it.
Speaker, no argument. So we'll stand that down and proceed with 7C, II, and VI. We'll proceed with these for now. And yes. Speaker, if you may indulge me, let me just vary it a bit. So we'll rather start with 7CV. VI instead. VI. What's a V come?
Very well. Item 7C. V.
Yes. Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. The report, sorry.
On the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, Exim Levy, Special Imports Levy, and COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy, amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 14,704,154 euros on materials, goods, and equipment to be procured for A. The reconstruction of the Techimantia Akumadan Road, 40.4 kilometers, and B. The reconstruction of the Takwa Agona Nkwanta Road, 66 kilometers, by Messrs. Gabriel Kotu Rango Consortium.
The report is duly presented. Is referred to distribution to members. Item VI, Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the term of a receivable-backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and the financial institution with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1,300 million United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2022 and 2023 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes.
So we continue with VII.
3 what?
VII.
VII. Very well. Yes, item VII, Chairman.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to up to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $6,500,000 United States dollars on the receivables-backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1,300 million United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2022 and 2023 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, next.
Speaker, we proceed to page 8 and take XIII.
Very well. Item XI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the credit agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented, XI. Report of the Finance Committee on the penalty and interest waiver bill 2022.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item XII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item XIII. Was that? Yes.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. What leader is saying item X?
Yes, indeed, Speaker, item X.
Very well, item X.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, COVID-19 recovery levy, special import levy, ECOWAS levy, AU levy, import VAT, import get fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $784,144 United States dollars and 13 cents on equipment and materials to be procured by Messrs. Wilkins Engineering Limited for the supply and installation of solar PV system for community energy service centers and upgrade electrification in public facilities, Lot 1, Volta and OT regions, and Lot 2, Eastern region, under the protocol agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Energy, and the African Development Fund for a grant amount of 19,860,000 units of account, equivalent to 29,790,000 to finance the electricity distribution systems reinforcement and extension project.
The report of the committee is still presented. It's for distribution to members. Yes.
Speaker, shall we go now to page 13? Page 13, we're taking the substantive motion of 12, but we begin with item 14, which is a procedural motion. So we start with item 14 on page 12.
Very well. Item 14, motion at the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully seek your leave to move 14 and 17 together because they are contained in the same report.
Very well. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motions listed as items 14 and 17 be moved today. I so move.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Other members, item 14 and 17 are procedural motions. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motions are carried. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motions listed as items 15 and 18 be moved, and in the process, present your committee's report. It is in respect of the terms of a receivables-backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the Government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1,300,000,000 United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2022-2023 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board, and the request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to up to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 6.5 million US dollars on the receivables-backed trade finance facility indicated above. Mr. Speaker, we met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and Ghana Cocoa Board and other government officials, and have been able to put together this report. The purpose of the facility is listed under paragraph 4, the terms paragraph 5, how the facility that was approved for the same purpose last year has been utilized can be found under paragraph 6.4. Your committee's observations follow. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully considered the agreement and the request, finds that the syndicated facility is integral to the successful management of operations related to the purchasing, quality assurance, storage, and export of cocoa by Cocoa Board. We therefore recommend to this House to approve this request so that the benefits can come to the Republic. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not contributing to this. I believe, with your indulgence, Dr. Nkommo Woho do. But Chairman, once you are at your report, page 5, paragraph 6.2, the facility will be drawn down in 3 installments. When you read down, you don't see 3 installments, you see 2. So if you want to correct that, I'm just drawing your attention. Then, Mr. Speaker, page 6, the paragraph 6.4, performance of cocoa board on previous facilities. That previous facilities, syndicated facility, previous facilities, the way the facilities read there, not the best that one will want, but maybe the experts in the area will speak to it. You can say performance of cocoa board the past year, but when you say previous facilities, we know the facility you are talking about, but I have difficulty with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member. You will effect those corrections. Well.
So, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the minority leader, under paragraph 2, the facility will be drawn in 3 installments. It's an error, should be 2 installments. And then under 6.4, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to delete performance of cocoa on previous facilities and replace it with review of cocoa board's performance.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so amend.
All right. Yes, Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also state that obviously it is untenable for one to oppose a loan that will seek to help Ghana Cocoa Board to raise money for the purposes of buying cocoa. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because Cocoa Board raised this revenue, but in the end, it goes a long way to boost our reserves. Mr. Speaker, again, the cocoa industry employs so much to the extent that they end up supporting the economy in a very big way. Most parts of this country rely on the cocoa industry, obviously, for survival. And Ghana is noted to be a country of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that, there are major concerns that we'll have to raise, even though we will support that they will go out there to raise money for the purposes of buying cocoa. Mr. Speaker, a typical one has to do with the fact that for the first time since Ghana Cocoa Board started borrowing, in the last 30 years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen that Ghana Cocoa Board is struggling to raise revenue, raise the needed syndicated facility. Mr. Speaker, you can see that in page 4. Mr. Speaker, apart from the fact that the interest rate, even though cheap, but if you are to look at Ghana Cocoa Board history of borrowing, this happens to be one of the worst loans that they've had. So, Speaker, even though it is far better than what the sovereign can do, but it is one of the worst that we have seen with Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, it's to surprise you to know that even though they are going out there to borrow 1.3 billion cedis, so far, the lenders have committed only 560 million Ghana cedis. Total commitment. So that is what the lenders have committed to give to Ghana. The Speaker, the lenders informed Ghana Cocoa Board that the remaining $740 million will be on best effort basis, which means that they will try their best to see if they can raise the money for Ghana Cocoa Board. So, Speaker, this isn't good. So, Speaker, again, it will surprise you to know that in the past, the security margins has always been 100%. But today, the security margin is 112% of the facility amount. This clearly indicated that Ghana's risk has deteriorated. So, Speaker, Cocoa Board itself, they have a very bad balance sheet. Very bad balance sheet. Apart from the fact that their balance sheet is bad, the sovereign's 2 rating is terrible. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the security is going up. Mr. Speaker, these are things that we should be very interested in. Mr. Speaker, it was confirmed at the committee. It was confirmed at the committee that clearly Ghana Cocoa Board, apart from these loans, they've gone out there to borrow 14 billion Ghana cedis from the ordinary market, the T-bill market. This is 182 bills, cocoa bills. Mr. Speaker, that is a major one. Not long ago, the Finance Committee met with the IMF. This matter featured heavily. Mr. Speaker, the IMF informed us that they are particularly concerned with Ghana Cocoa Board's 14 billion cedis cocoa bills. And to them, they are going to classify it as part of government debt. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board requires a bailout. Cocoa Board want Ghana to build, need Ghana to build them, because virtually their balance sheet is bad. Virtually their balance sheet is bad. Cocoa sustainability is something that should be of concern to me and you, without partisanship. Because the Speaker, cocoa is one thing that has held this country for years. If cocoa collapses, I don't know where this country will get to. So issues of cocoa must be of importance to all of us. All of us. And that is why I'm urging the government that please don't collapse the cocoa sector. Don't collapse the cocoa sector, because currently the cocoa sector is sick. So Speaker, to again surprise you, it will again surprise you that even though last year Cocoa Board reported that they have produced up to 1 million tons, metric tons of cocoa. This year, Cocoa Board informed us at the meeting that, Mr. Speaker, they are going to buy cocoa up to 683,000 metric tons. So from 1 million metric tons to 683,000 metric tons. As we speak, they have only buy 634,000 metric tons. And they expect to buy more, up to 683,000 metric tons. The Speaker, this is not a good sign. The sustainability of cocoa depends on production. Because obviously, they owe so much, and until the production improves, they will not be able to raise enough revenue to pay the loans that they have contracted. The Speaker, to conclude on this, in the year 2016, Cocoa Board indebtedness to cocoa bills was 1 billion Ghana cedis. Between 2016 to 2022, this 1 billion Ghana cedis has increased to 14 billion Ghana cedis. You ask yourself, what at all did they use the money for? 13 billion Ghana cedis additional borrowings. So Speaker, this is public records, and anybody at all can check it on the CSD website. So Speaker, we need to get interested in the activities of Ghana Cocoa Board, because that is the future of this country. If cocoa does well, the country will certainly do well, because that is the only major crop that we sell to the international world. And we should guard it jealously, protect Cocoa Board jealously, protect the cocoa industry jealously. The Speaker, today, if we are lucky to raise 1.3 billion, it will only show our reserves properly. But unfortunately, because of the way the cocoa sector is performing, instead of us probably raising 2 billion, we'll be struggling to raise 1.3 billion. We should be interested in this. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say that I will not support Ghana Cocoa Board to raise the needed revenue for the purposes of buying cocoa. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Cocoa Board need this money. They will need to survive, the industry needs to grow, and workers need to be paid. So I will support this, but Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that Cocoa Board must set up. They have to pull their socks and do what is right to sustain the cocoa industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Kagwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering where my colleague got his information from, but that is unrelated to our report on the IMF and the balance sheet of Cocoa Board. That is not to debate him, but to put him on record that it wasn't raised at the meeting. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 6.4 of the report talks about the performance of Cocoa Board on previous facilities, and the fact that they were able to transparently present their outlook to the committee was heartwarming. Secondly, they proposed for the 2022-23 season on paragraph 6.5 a conservative forecast of 850,000 metric tons in the 2022-23 crop season. Mr. Speaker, the utilization of the previous syndicated facility was openly discussed by the committee, and was wholeheartedly adopted by the committee. Mr. Speaker, you recall that sometime in 2019, they took a facility of about $600 million from the African Development Bank. They reported to us that they've cancelled $250 million through a notice of cancellation sent by Cocoa Board to the creditors on the 4th of May 2022 because of uncertainties with the crop forecast, unfavorable price, and the need for Cocoa Board to focus on the rehabilitation of other cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, we met the committee and they rightly disclosed what they were doing to rehabilitate some of the degraded cocoa farms. And it's heartwarming that there's a plan for Cocoa Board to scale up the production of cocoa by rehabilitating some of the farms. The terms of the facility, previous speakers have not been able to raise critical issues on. I believe that they are very good terms and the House must support Cocoa Board in their quest. They've been struggling, but we believe that we need to support them to be able to come back to their glory days. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm not contributing. I'm page 6. Mr. Speaker, another my arithmetic. Chairman, when you come to page 6, the table on the drawdown, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, just a correction. When you add your 49671,395 plus 328,000, when you get the 1.450, there are still some numbers there. I need the accuracy of those numbers, Mr. Speaker. If you add the numbers up, it doesn't tidy up for me as to the amount of drawdown. As you put it there, is 1.450 billion. Now add up your numbers there and see what figure you get. And if I'm right, you correct it. If I'm not, then you get back to Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with a motion moved by the Chairman of the Committee on Finance. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the impact of the faltering Ghanaian economy is being seen in all the state institutions. Mr. Speaker, last year, Cocoa Board took a facility of $1.5 billion, and the cost of borrowing last year was $23 million. This year, they are taking $1.3 billion, and the cost of borrowing has increased from 23 on $1.5 billion to 42 million on $1.3 billion, Mr. Speaker. Just because the risk of default is so high that it is believed that if you are not careful, Ghanaians cannot pay. And so the risk is high, and we are paying so much to be able to secure the facility. Mr. Speaker, we are also told in the budget that was presented yesterday that 480 million will be used for cocoa rows. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has awarded contracts under cocoa rows to the tune of 13.6 billion. And last year, only 400 million was allocated to cocoa rows. And this year, they are doing 480 million. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, interest on delayed payment alone will exceed the total cost of road that they are doing under cocoa rows. Because contractors have raised the certificates, and because they are not being paid, interest will have to be paid. And that will even be more than the 13.6 billion they have awarded on contract. And so we expect Cocoa Board to make available more resources for
the contractors to be able to fix the roads. But Mr. Speaker, what is more interesting is this. Last year, we approved a facility of 1.5 billion.
Can you hold on? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eriko Poku is well respected when it comes to research. It appears so far his research is one-sided. I was expecting him to be talking about the success story of Cocoa Board, like the 1 million tons they achieved. Mr. Speaker is my good friend. He has been talking about
when you
balance
get the chance.
So that's all I expect.
When you get the chance, talk about the other side.
Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, he should take it easy. He should take it easy. Mr. Speaker, he should take it easy.
Please continue.
Speaker, last year, this House approved a facility of 1.5 billion for Cocoa Board to buy a projected output of 821,000 tons. At the end of the season, the cocoa season is closed. They reported to your committee that Cocoa Board was able to buy 638,000 instead of the 821,000 that they projected. But Mr. Speaker, they said they incurred a loss. Last year, they reported to the committee yesterday that Cocoa Board incurred loss of 1.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, what we don't understand is this. You took $1.5 billion to buy 821,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the period, you got 683,000 and you are incurring debt of 1.6 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is something we cannot understand. And surprisingly, since the NPP took office in 2017, every year, it's like an annual ritual. Every year, Cocoa Board incurred loss. 2017 was 161 million. 2018, 84.2 million. 2019, 320 million. 2020, 426 million. On 2021, you are reporting 1.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board is virtually collapsed. But Mr. Speaker, what is more important is this. We need to look at this critically. Mr. Speaker, we have some funds. We call them activity funds. Activity funds. Under the Cocoa Board law, we are mandated to establish these funds for some specific reasons. Mr. Speaker, one is the Farmers Social Security Fund. Farmers Social Security Fund. In 2016, the A.B.C government set aside 28.8 million Ghana cedis for the Farmers Social Security Fund. Mr. Speaker, we handed over Cocoa Board with these resources to our colleagues. And then, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo inaugurated the pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, your committee was invited to witness the inauguration of the Board of Trustees, and the Auditor General now reports that the money is not in the account, and that even the account cannot be traced. Mr. Speaker, 4 funds cannot be traced. Mr. Speaker, depreciation fund cannot be traced. And then, Mr. Speaker, Farmers Welfare Fund, 2 cannot be traced. The most important thing is that we are not supposed to be approving resources for Cocoa Board alone. We must also be interested in how they apply the resources that we approve for them as a house. Mr. Speaker, another important point is the producer price of cocoa. This year, cocoa at the world market price has gone up from $2,550 last year to $2,600. $2,600, Mr. Speaker, 7% increase. But Mr. Speaker, Last year, the exchange rate that was used was 6.6 to 1 cedi, to $1. Today, they are using 7.5. When you use the exchange rate, you realize that even with the 1.3, Cocoa Board is making so much money, but they are proposing that the producer price is not going to be increased. They want to maintain the same price for cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, if we are gaining, if the price is going up in the world market, the cocoa farmer must be the first beneficiary. But the situation is that they don't want the money to go to the farmers. They want the money to stay in the office. You must know that cocoa is not grown in the office. And without the cocoa from the farms, there can never be an office called Cocoa Board for you people to manage. And Mr. Speaker, what is even worrying is that the farmers are paid in kind and in cash. And this year, they are proposing a reduction in all the services that they provide to the cocoa farmer. Cocoa Pest and Disease Control Program, they have reduced the money from 597 to 480 something million. Mr. Speaker, everything, even the fertilizer, that is provided to the cocoa farmer. What they are saying is that they are reducing the quantity that will be supplied this year. Mr. Speaker, and what is even surprising is that last year you projected 821,000 and then you got 683 tons of cocoa. 83,000. Mr. Speaker, this year they are projecting 850,000, and at the same time they have embarked on a program under which cocoa farms are being destroyed for replanting purposes. Mr. Speaker, how can you do that? And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that this House approved a facility of $600 million for Cocoa Board to replant moribund cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, we are in the middle of the program. Cocoa trees have been cut down. They are now trying to get money to do the replanting. Unfortunately, $250 million being part of the $600 million cannot be accessed. Cocoa Board now reports that that has been cancelled. It has been cancelled. But we are in the middle of the program. Farmers whose farms have been cut down have not been paid their compensations. And the farmers are complaining almost every day. But that $250 million cannot be accessed. But Mr. Speaker, before I end, let me emphasize this important point. Last year, we approved $1.5 billion for them to buy cocoa. They wanted to buy 821,000 tons. They got just 683,000 tons. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak, some of the farmers have not been paid for the cocoa that they have given to Cocoa Board. They are still indebted to the A.B.Cs.
Hold on, yes. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me correct my colleague. On paragraph 5.7 on the AFDB facility, yesterday you were in the meeting and they reported, and it's recorded here, that the $250 million that you are saying that it cannot be accessed, it's been cancelled. He said it cannot be accessed. The notice of cancellation was reported and is reported in a report. So if you say it cannot be accessed, it's different from it being cancelled. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. If something is cancelled, can you access it? Can you access it? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, use has been cancelled to reflect the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that last year we gave them that amount of money, 1.5 billion, to buy 821,000 tons of cocoa. They got just 683,000. And still, even as we speak today, they are unable to pay. Some farmers have not been paid, and Cocoa Board still owes A.B.Cs. They haven't paid them their monies, and they complain every day. Today, they should give us the assurance that if we approve the $1.3 billion for them, they are going to use the money to buy the cocoa. Because it appears that when you give them the money, They come here for the approval that they want to use the money to buy cocoa. And then Honorable Afenyo and others will argue in favor of that. We approve the facility and the money is not used to buy the cocoa. That is what cocoa farmers are suffering. So we need assurance from you that this year, after the approval of this facility, you will pay cocoa farmers. It's important. It is in their name that this approval is being given. And we don't want to see any diversion.
You mentioned his name. He is entitled to respond. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I know when people want to set traps. I will not fall into that trap. But Mr. Speaker, we did so in unanimity, just for the records. So that aspect of your submission, to the effect that Afenyo and others have been calling for approval, cannot be true. It is mischievous, it is misleading, and Mr. Speaker, the rules of the House will not permit you to go away with such a setting. But Mr. Speaker, as I know you, you want to trap me into a certain ditch. I won't go there. I would only remind you that Mr. Speaker has given you enough liberty to say all you want to say. Mr. Speaker, let him conclude.
Yes. You may.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so in conclusion, what I'm saying is that the purpose of the loan, as is rightly captured in the report from the committee, is for cocoa purchases. And we expect that after approving the facility, Cocoa Board will make the money available so that our cocoa farmers will not go through the ordeal they went through last year, carrying their cocoa from one weighing center to the other in search of these purchasing clerks who have money. That shouldn't be the case, because the amount of money we are approving is far above the quantity of cocoa that we intend to purchase. We have included all your operational costs and everything, so farmers must not suffer for producing cocoa in this country after approving this facility. Mr. Speaker, on this note, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Yes. Any more contributor? Yes, Honorable Kwabena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Cocoa Board has been in this syndication business for 30 years. 30 solid years. Each year we have to go and borrow money from the external market to come and buy cocoa from Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is high time we wean ourselves off this syndication. Mr. Speaker, by this syndication, money that should have been domesticated to grow our economy is going out of the country. Mr. Speaker, I say this with the knowledge that arising out of the agreement between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we now have what we call the living income differential, which is today $400 on a ton of cocoa, in addition to the premium price Ghana receives for the quality of its cocoa. So this $400 a ton is outside of the purchase price. Mr. Speaker, if we decide to utilize this $400 a ton in a fund to wean ourselves off syndication, even for 500,000 metric tons times $400, we are looking at an amount that is higher than what we've gone to the world market looking. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will urge this House to insist that at the minimum, 50% of the LID, living income differential, must be set aside in order to wean ourselves off this indication. If we have difficulty setting money aside without touching the money, then, Mr. Speaker, from year to year, whatever money is needed for purchase, the living income differential inflow should be deducted, at least a percentage should be deducted from the quantum, so that over a period of 5 years, we will no longer need a syndicated loan to buy cocoa. Sure. We have produced cocoa for 30 years. We have to go and borrow to buy from our own farmers. It shows poor internal husbandry. Mr. Speaker, the instrument that we use to oversee the cocoa industry, which is the Cocoa Board. The Cocoa Board is a very unique institution. It is both a regulator and a player. And in today's modern governance practice, it is not the best to have one body being a regulator and a player. So we must also be looking at that. And in its capacity as a regulator and a player, Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, Ghana Cocoa Board, as has already been alluded to, has consistently made losses as a commercial entity. Not only have they made losses, but Mr. Speaker, for the year 2020, for example, irrespective of making losses, Cocoa Board still pays bonus to workers. Ghana Cocoa Board is the only organization I know that pays bonus on losses. Mr. Speaker, this epitomizes the lackadaisical attitude to management and the neglect of modern management practices in a critical institution such as Ghana Cocoa Board. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this has been allowed to happen because Parliament, this House, has gone to sleep on its oversight responsibility. And we must hold ourselves responsible for the poor performance of Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, as if paying workers' bonus is not enough, the government of Ghana also owes Ghana Cocoa Board that government is not paying. Cocoa Board is already bleeding. Their balance sheet is nothing to write home about. The Ghana government takes money from Cocoa Board or makes it does not intend keeping, and the books of Cocoa Board, the books are negated by huge loans, huge debts of Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board is a commercial organization and in tune with modern financial reporting standards, IFRS. If Cocoa Board was to make the impairment provision required, its losses will even be worse than it is. Mr. Speaker, this House must begin to take its responsibilities of oversight far more seriously than we have done. And in improving the performance of Cocoa Board, I will end by recommending that this loan that is critical for the industry. And Mr. Speaker, I am the son of a cocoa farmer. My father has a village, Krachiekura, in the Sabronum area. So I grew up also on a cocoa farm. This is the industry that has sustained this country. We must not allow Cocoa Board and the government of Ghana, irrespective of whichever party is in government, to collapse the industry. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate. I will start from where Honorable Kobna by saying that he supports this motion. He supports the fact that the House should carry this motion. I associate myself with that view. Suffice to make the following observations as part of my contribution. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Erikopoku was right when he argued that in 2021 Auditor General's report, nothing was said about the pension scheme or no funds were made available per the Auditor General's report. I'm saying that you were right when you made that submission. That cannot be disputed. But it is important to get the submissions in a proper context. The pension scheme was launched in 2021. And if you look at Cocoa Board's returns, their financial year starts from October. So clearly, it isn't the case that there was no funds made available. If you look at the Auditor General's report, you may misconstrue same to be true, but Mr. Speaker, just for the record, the 2021-22 Cocoa Board financial year report has all of these. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to correct that fact that you are not wrong in saying so, but in context, you are wrong. So, I just want that to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, second, as a nation, we may have to now have a second look at how we are treating Cocoa Board. Historically, Cocoa Board has had this traditional imbalance, and it spans over 30 years. It's not a matter of NDC, NPP. We know a situation where GMPC, today GMPC is a GMPC, and everybody is rushing to GMPC. But gone in the days, GMPC relied on Cocoa Board to meet certain obligations, and that came at a cost. And that debt is part of the debt Honorable Erikopoku referred to. Two, Mr. Speaker, my problem is the intolerance. We all sat quietly and listened to you quietly, but you will not allow us to enjoy the liberties of also arguing our point for Ghanaians to listen. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Deputy Leader, hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, rise on a point of order. The honourable member just stated that the Cocoa Board debt, part of it is owed to GMPC, owes Cocoa Board. I want the honourable member to be very specific, because I have the list of debtors to GMPC, and it's not part of it. Cocoa Board, I mean. No, you need address the speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, if he has any proof to show that the list of debtors of Cocoa Board includes GMPC, he should produce it, or he should withdraw that statement through.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Address.
Mr. Speaker, he once served as Minister of Energy. He should tell me whether there's any evidence that GMPC paid for the guarantees that Cocoa Board issued, of which GMPC incurred losses. Have those funds been paid to Cocoa Board? Please, let's not get in there. Let's be patriotic. I'm saying that as a matter of fact.
Very well. Can we return
so, Mr.
to the
Speaker, I
report?
shall proceed.
Can we return to the report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are there. Mr. Speaker, we are there. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm back to the issue of the pension scheme. 2021-2022 season, Cocoa Board provided for 66 million
for our farmers. This season, per what they are saying, it is 74 million. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that Ghana is a country that provides input and supply services, extension services to cocoa farmers. It is never done in Cote d'Ivoire. It is only in Ghana that we have the regulator cocoa board providing incentive to farmers. Mr. Speaker, these are success stories that make us unique. Ivorian farmers don't get extension services from the state. Ivorian farmers don't get input from the state. The whole thing has been left to the private sector. What I am saying is that in Ghana, the farmers are valued and the farmers are supported. That is why even government goes out of its way to increase the prices they pay to our farmers. We know that. So it is not correct to suggest that our cocoa farmers are worse off. It is not the case. Mr. Speaker, today, the cost of inputs have gone up the world over. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, it is important that in our argument we lay the fact bare. Mighty America is complaining of cost of fertilizer. Indian farmers are complaining. Chemicals have gone up. Inputs to our farmers have gone up. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not about cocoa board alone.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Suleiman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, he said farmers are complaining, American farmers
What he said Almighty America is complaining about cost of fertilizer. Is that what you're complaining about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He said American farmers. And we want you to give us evidence of any American farmer who has complained of farm inputs. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, the essence of this mic is for him to speak to it so that we will listen to him. But it looks as if he's shouting. And so we are not able to even hear what he's saying. And he's a leader that we are learning from him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Leader, please.
Let me continue by saying that the challenges that cocoa board face this season, these challenges are enormous. These challenges are enormous. Mr. Speaker, I say so because the major producers of fertilizers and other agrochemicals are getting their raw materials from areas that are suffering from Ukraine-Russian war, and we know that. And yes, Mr. Speaker, unless we are not monitoring global politics and the global economy, can any member in this chamber rise on his feet and challenge me on my submission that fertilizer prices have not shot up? Can any of you say that? Can anybody challenge me when I submit that the cost of agrochemicals have shot up on the world market? Can anybody challenge me? And if this is happening, are we saying that cocoa board is immune? Cocoa board is not affected, and for cocoa board it is experiencing a special dispensation? No. So we should put the argument in context, but not to condemn. Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, I will want to conclude on the points observed by Honorable Erikopoku and Honorable Kobna Donko and my good friend Atu Forsen, that they support this law. If they support, who am I to say I am opposed? I am also in support of this facility, and I go with the conclusions of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, may the House carry this report to enable Cocoa Board proceed with that which is mandated to do for the Ghanaian farmer. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
I thought leader said he was not going to.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, but just to speak, Mr. Speaker, in support of the House approving the $1.3 billion finance for the cocoa sector, and to appreciate that the cocoa sector remains a major sector of the Ghanaian economy when it comes to employment and foreign exchange. But, Mr. Speaker, the ranking member have raised very profound issues together with the ranking member of Finance and Agriculture. While speaking in support of the motion, it's important that they follow up on two important issues. One, Cocoa Board must ensure that in future they come on time so that we can do scrutiny to know how they spend the money last year, how they intend to spend it this year, and then to respond to whether unwithdrawn or cancelled. We need to follow up with the Africa Development Bank to understand why the outstanding $250 million is not being made available to Cocoa Board. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motions being adopted, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motions are hereby adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you be pleased, may we call on Honorable Bafwewa, Minister for Employment, to proceed with the resolution on behalf of the Minister of Finance, who is unavoidably absent from the chamber. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
16 and 19.
Mr. Speaker, so that is motion 16 and 19.
Yes.
Resolutions. Yes, Honorable Minister for Labour and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolutions numbered 16 and 19 on pages 13 and 15 of today's order paper be moved. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, but let it be noted that the minister responsible for finance and his three deputies, all of them are missing. All of them are missing.
This is the responsibility of your leaders. Now you're working as a ranking member. Very well, honorable members. The resolutions numbered 16 and 19 on pages 13 and 15, 16 of today's order paper are being moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the resolutions, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolutions numbered 16 and 19 on pages 13 and 15 of today's order paper.
Speaker, we are ready to take item 34 on page 27. Item 24.
Very well. Item 34, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 34 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman is suspending the orders. I thought he would say the reason why he's suspending the orders before you move the motion. So you should do just right. So give us the reason why you want to suspend the orders. Then I can second it.
The reasons are contained in the motion, aren't they? They are.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, item 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 35 be moved. And in the process, I present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content of the report whilst I read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after reviewing the request, is of the view that the completion of the project would contribute significantly towards improving travel time and bring relief to commuters and communities along the project area. Accordingly, we request this House to approve these waivers so that the project can bring the benefits that is intended to bring to the people. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, let me draw the committee's, the House's attention to page 4, table, summary of the table. So, Speaker, under page 4, we have listed exactly what the ministry asks us to approve. So, Speaker, a total of 14,754,154 million euros. So, Speaker, we recognize